Is that a coffee you on there, Jack?
It is, yeah, John, yeah. I went straight from the machine, so I'm a bit of a coffee connoisseur.
Oh, you've got some sort of special machine, have you?
It's so good, honestly. It's like going to a cafe every time you want a coffee. It's amazing.
Is it quite an expensive machine, or what are we talking
It's
here?
DeLonghi. Do you know DeLonghi?
Okay. Is it?
Quite...
I mean, are we talking like this machine was over £1,000, or?
No.
Okay.
Hundreds,
All right.
but not
Hundreds,
thousands.
but still pricey. All right. Well, anyway, I hope you're enjoying it. Maybe to sort of crystallize the thoughts and the mind. After what we've just witnessed, somewhere between historic and seismic, and I don't know, where do you stand on that spectrum of today's result between Jannik Sinner and Novak Djokovic?
Yeah, historic, seismic, deflating though. The actual match itself, maybe not what we were all expecting in terms of a spectacle. I would certainly say Alcaraz's changing of the guard last year against Novak was more of a, this is the moment for him, because it was such an epic 5-set match at Wimbledon where Jannik always had the potential to win this match, but it didn't end up being the Australian Open semi-final. Obviously, Novak having never lost an Australian Open semi-final that we were all hoping for. So it's a little bittersweet, I liked, not because Novak lost, but because there's somebody else now in the tier one, in the top tier of men's tennis. Officially, I think we can officially say Jannik is in the same group as Medvedev, Alcaraz, Novak. If it wasn't clear before, now he is. He's into his first Australian Open final. There's loads of good stories there. Yeah, that's the positives. It's an interesting time in men's tennis, John.
Yeah, I mean, actually, you put the name Medvedev in there, which is maybe a little kind to Daniil at the moment, although he could very much shove those words down my throat in the next 36 hours or so, or 48 hours. But right now, it feels like actually there is a big three at the moment, despite some of Carlos's travails. I think if you look at the last 12 months, maybe a little bit less, let's maybe get to sort of Wimbledon until now. There were three standout players, probably never more than two at one point in time in that 9-month period I'm talking about, where, this is not Carlos's moment. This is Jannik's and Novak's moment, and has been probably since the US Open or since the indoor season. But the month preceding that was Novak and Carlos, if you like. It would be great to have the three of them battling it out at Indian Wells and Miami, perhaps all at the height of their powers. Novak has been the constant, and I expect him to be the constant throughout, despite some probably comments and tweets that are about to come from some people writing his career off, just like we've had with Carlos. But I tend not to give them too much airtime because they're kind of silly. What do you think about some of those things?
Definitely recency bias in terms of the, how it makes people feel, the end of careers and stuff, and it's a lot of doomsayers. But people lose matches, is what it is. Even Novak doesn't feel like that. But 2023 was an amazing year for him. I'm sure coming out of the French Open, probably still the favourite, to be honest. So I wouldn't be worried too much about him. I do think that there's nothing to worry about, basically. I'm sure he'll be fine. But he definitely did come out worse than usual. There is no doubt about that. It was a very patchy match, very un-Djokovic-esque. Matthew in the comments asking about Djokovic's patchy form, or if he played worse than previous rounds. I definitely think he played worse than previous rounds. The big stat is 0 break points generated in the entirety of the match. There has never been a Grand Slam match that Novak has completed in which he hasn't been able to generate at least 1 break point throughout the match. And this was 4 sets as well. There wasn't even straight sets.
19 service games, Jack.
19 service games, exactly.
I don't know, but there weren't many juices in there either. There were 2 or 3 maybe games at juice, and I'm not going to be far off. If it was 4, maybe. If it was 2, maybe. But it wasn't like 7 juice games in there.
Yeah, because the first 2 sets went by in a flash. I can definitely recall one in the 4th set. It wasn't really even close. There was a moment of Novak-ness in the 3rd set, but apart from that, he was just so loose, and way looser than he usually is. Not able to serve quite to the level he normally does serve, and honestly, the bigger story is probably Novak playing badly than Sinner playing well, and it's a shame to say that, but that is probably the case. I would say that's more the reason why the match played out as it did. Maybe I've phrased that wrong, because I suppose the bigger story is still that Sinner made the final, John. But
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
Novak has come out and said it's the worst. He did sort of say a couple of other things, but he said it's the worst Grand Slam match that he's ever played, I think. And then he sort of said, well, I don't remember one that badly. So that's his words. Yeah, I do think that maybe, and I'm actually, this is 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 60 minutes after the match. I'm actually probably am a bit more on that side. And by the way, I also think that is still the story as well. Novak losing, because it's Yannick hasn't won the title yet. So
yeah,
if this was the final, then Yannick fans could say, hang on a second, there's at least 50% of this story is Yannick winning. But actually, because he hasn't won the title, take that. I mean, we look back on the Istomin, and I know Istomin's a different player to Yannick Sinner, of course. But the story, I'm afraid, is Novak losing that match. And when Novak has never lost an Australian Open semi-final, and then you throw in the fact that he's played 20 matches at the semi-final or final stage and not lost any of them, and he's won 10 titles here, and he's won 24 Grand Slams overall, whoever beats him in that semi-final, it's still probably going to be the Novak story. But at least if it was the final, you could say, so Yannick has got to pick himself up again, and that might be tricky for him psychologically to do so.
I like everything you said there. I do think if it was a quality match, I think Alcaraz winning the Wimbledon final, for example, I think that was a massive deal. I think people maybe sleep on that a little bit in terms of how big a result that is. And, when they talk about Alcaraz going out in the quarters here and they're like, he's never going to win a slam again, you're obviously just being way too dramatic. Think about the results they had last year, particularly that Wimbledon final. I do think because of the lack of quality of the match, it just takes away from Yannick a little bit. But everything you said there, the fact that Novak's never lost after he's got to the semi-finals of the Australian Open, that should have been a bigger takeaway. But it's just more. It highlights the fact that Novak played way worse than he usually would at this stage of the tournament. So, yeah, it was a bit of a damp squib, John. A wee bit.
It was. And this is somebody who gets pumped by these matches. I mean, there were 2 sets that Carlos and Novak had at Roland Garros. There was are you ready to come in, Mario? Give me a thumbs up if you are. Actually, I didn't find myself that pumped. But there's an Italian guy below me that's I'm sure got some thoughts to share. But I didn't find myself. I like to be tense. I like to have that. It's weird. I miss it.
Yeah. Likewise.
I miss it with my football club because we're just not involved in enough tense occasions anymore. I wish we were going into finals and last days of seasons and championship races and stuff like that. I miss that anxiety because I'm almost like, in too relaxed mode. And I was pumped before that match, but at some point, probably during the second set, that pumpness left. It returned during the third set tiebreak. But then it probably went away again from the moment Yannick broke. Of course, if you're a fan of either player, then you're on edge throughout. You could win the first 2 sets and up 3-love in the third, and you don't quite believe it. I remember Mario, Manchester United playing Roma in the Champions League, and we were winning 4-1, I think, at one point, and I was still thinking, if Roma get 1 goal, it's game on.
Then it's 7-1.
Yeah, exactly. We won 7-1. Exactly. Good memory, Mario. Yeah, we won 7-1 in the end. But at 4, it wasn't until we were 5-1.
Yeah, I'm not a Roma enjoyer, so I was happy that day.
Okay, well, I was very happy too.
I totally get your point, John. I remember, used to watch Andy back in the day. I obviously still watched Andy last year, and there was moments where he was ahead, and rightly so. The match wasn't over until it was over. So many times you let those leads go, and you don't really relax until the match actually finishes. So fans will be probably very excited by this result, whatever the case, whatever their amount of love for Sinner or Novak. and they probably Sinner fans would have loved this one, but still would have felt like, oh my god, it was still tight. There were still moments, but really, from the casual observer, for the neutral, which we both are in this case, it was not as great as it could have been, for sure.
Mario, how impressed were you with Yannick in that fourth set? So he goes up the break. And I was thinking, hi Miles, by the way. I was thinking, okay, things could get interesting. You know what I was thinking, Mario, in that fourth set? I was reminded of the ATP Tour Finals round robin match when Yannick had looked so good on serve throughout. It was a super high quality, much higher than today. But I thought to myself, well, I remember him going up a break in the third set and not really been in too much danger on his serve throughout. He certainly hadn't been broken anyway. And then suddenly the finish line was in sight and he gets broken. And then today he double faults at 30-15, I would say, Mario. Was it he double faults? Or he certainly, maybe 15 all in the final game. He double faulted.
15 all. Because then he hit an ace and 15-30.
That's right. Yeah.
Honestly, I've been impressed only by that final game, I thought that before the match, I was aware that Djokovic should have been 100% to win the match, as he usually is in these kind of matches, even if today was not the case. But it was still that match that, in my opinion, if not 100%, Novak should have played well if he wanted, to win it. And so even after that third set tiebreak, I feel like the comeback was not in the air. As you may scroll on Twitter and you can read people starting saying something, but in my opinion, the comeback was not in the air, even because the fourth set starts with Sinner holding comfortably, then not breaking, but he had also 3 or 4 break points. And that when it is like against Djokovic, or in general in tennis, something can change really quickly. But in my opinion, it was not really in the air, the comeback.
I was just going to say, I really like what you're saying there, Mario. The one thing I was just going to add there is that the feeling probably came from the fact that Novak was never getting close to breaking Yannick. And it's almost like the roles have been reversed. When Yannick's played Novak in the past, and even when he got that 2 sets to love lead, after that, he just never came close to breaking Djokovic. And you never felt like the comeback was in the air, as you say. So I think that Novak just wasn't creating any chances for himself. And that was the reason, it just felt like it was never on. It never felt like Novak arrived at all, Mario.
Basically, the third set, his level went a little bit higher, but just higher enough, to keep it close. Then he won it also because, Yannick got maybe a little bit tense in that tiebreak, but also it's not easy when your opponent is playing like in the first 2 sets, then to, already be, that ready to get your level even higher in order to keep it going when your opponent is trying to make a comeback. Also, against Djokovic on that court, it's not that easy. But as long as he had in the fourth set a bigger margin, he held up pretty well, despite that 15-30 in the final game. But then he already struck an ace, another unreturned serve. So great. Also, the match point was beautiful. That forehand down the line, he closed it. A great showing. Your opponent is not playing well, but you still have to do your job. And in my opinion, Yannick did it well. And I think that he kind of proved what he needed to do. Everyone was asking him to win a big match at a Grand Slam. And he did it. And so, of course, now he will have the pressure to win a first slam on Sunday. But for sure, I think that he has already, overcome the thing of having to prove to be able to be, in the top tier Grand Slam players. Then, of course, the pressure.
Yeah, Jack. who do you think he'd rather play, Medvedev or Zverev?
Good question, because he's obviously got the one up on Medvedev recently. I still don't know if he goes into every matchup with him as a favourite, though, necessarily. I would say it's kind of split down the middle.
I'm sure.
Go on, Mario.
I'm sure it's Zverev.
Okay, yeah.
Zverev is the only player. Well. Is the only player among the top 17 right now against which Yannick hasn't won their last encounter. The only one, but still I think that he would prefer Zverev.
So everyone amongst the top 17 players in the world, of course Yannick is one of those, but so the other 16 players, the most recent match he played against them, he won. I mean, I'm looking at the top 5 right now. So the last time he played Djokovic, of course, today. Last time he played Medvedev, in fact, the last 3 times. Last time he played Rublev, which was a couple of days ago. And last couple of times he's played Carlos, I think. Or certainly the last time in Asia, anyway, he won. So, and then the rest of the top 16. Wow, that's impressive. That's an impressive stat, almost as impressive as the feat itself. Wow. But yeah, I'm torn on it because I think there's a lot of people are sort of suggesting that he's got Medvedev's number, but it's 3 very close matches, I would say. I mean, obviously it was 2 tie breaks in Beijing. You know, the third set, Yannick was very impressive to win that third set in Vienna, I think it was. And similarly in Turin, but you know, a couple of points here, a couple of points there, and we could be looking at 9-0 for Medvedev rather than 6-3. Plus, the other factor is for me is Zverev in a Grand Slam final. You know, I think Medvedev will be fine. I'm not saying that Medvedev will win today, and I'm not saying Medvedev would win the final either. But you would have more confidence in Medvedev handling the occasion than Zverev.
Yeah, my logic is that I think Zverev comes into the final a little less aggressive than he played against Carlos. Naturally, we've seen it in the past, and loads of history would point to that being the case. And Yannick's one of those players that can add pace to the ball. Of course, he can over and over again. You know, he's one of the players that could overpower Zverev, where Alcaraz, probably did have the weapons to do it, but just didn't deliver on the day. And the way Yannick's playing, I feel like he could do it for sure. You know, he does have the power to take Zverev out in the final if he gives him the chance. If Zverev
honestly, everyone is mentioning, also Sean said in the comments, the record against Zverev. But in my opinion, you're going to ask me if I want to face Medvedev or Zverev in a best of 5 match, and I'm going with Zverev.
Yeah.
I have no doubt because, Sinner kind of figured out how to do it to beat Medvedev, not meaning that he will beat him every time, of course. But, he started doing this. But best of 5 playing Medvedev, my God.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
I also think other thing I would say is I think it becomes a lot harder to know what you're going to get if you play Medvedev, right? And I feel like with Zverev, the tactical nuance is going to be a little less complicated. Where somebody like Medvedev, he will know what Yannick does well against him, and he will come out with a few things to counter that. So, for example, Yannick's been serving volleying against him consistently in their last 2 meetings. We might see a little change in return position every so often just to counter that, the same way he did against Hubie Hurkacz. Just stuff to throw off the rhythm of Yannick, something to get in his head, where I think Zverev is going to rely on his serve, and that's about it. Honestly, in a Grand Slam final, he needs that to be firing. If his serve's not firing, I wouldn't expect anything else to be on either. So that's my logic.
Yeah, even put that match that happened in the round 4 of the US Open, put that in a final. Probably then, that final set goes even closer because getting them to close out the match, it's different, So that US Open 4th round that we saw a couple of months ago, a bit more, but just tells me, in my opinion, that Yannick Sinner has the ability to win. Even if he lost in that occasion, but still it was really close match. So if they have to play in the final, I would like Sinner's chances. Of course, also Zverev would have his own, but
yeah. Can I ask you quickly, Mario? What's the impact of Yannick getting to a Grand Slam final? Is that, is Yannick now like the biggest sports player in Italy with that kind of win? Obviously, that might be a little bit flippant of me to suggest with football also on the peripheries of Italian sport. But how big a win is that for Yannick in terms of Italian media, Mario?
Well, I have to say that Yannick already ended 2023 by being, nothing comparing to what we lived in 2021 when Berrettini was in the Wimbledon final. Honestly,
higher, right? He's higher in the Italian.
Higher.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Because the feeling around him is different. Regardless of winning a slam right now, but people have also that faith in the next years, in next seasons, to have this top player consistently there. So these wins are only adding other fuel to great things we are seeing in media, great hype as it has to be, because also Yannick is starting winning a lot of big matches. So it's not only the placement, a Grand Slam final, as Matteo did in the past, but right now it's also the feeling that he doesn't need to have that kind of run, for example, Berrettini had till the final in Wimbledon to have a chance. The feeling is that whoever is in front of you, he's going to have his chances. Then he may win, he may lose, but and of course, beating Djokovic in a major is for sure a great thing. Then, of course, especially for the biggest newspaper, those who are out also in the written form. Tomorrow we will even read other things, because right now, all the things has been already written for today. But for media, internet, all things, this will be for sure considered as a very, very big win, because he had some, but beating Djokovic in a Grand Slam, and especially in Australia, it's something different.
Yeah, it's something different for sure. It's a good way of framing it, Mario. It's still exciting. It's still exciting despite the nature of the match. It's very exciting for Italian tennis and Yannick himself. Should we start talking about who we think is gonna take this one? What our views on the match are? I'll just open very quickly with a Medvedev win prediction. I would have said their last 40 meetings, Medvedev's won 11 of them. It's always been close, but he is in Zverev's head, I would say. I don't think that's unfair to say. Whenever the rally goes on for a long time, Medvedev goes on just a little bit longer. He serves just a little bit better under pressure. As soon as I feel like when Medvedev takes the lead in this head-to-head, he runs away with the lead. When Zverev takes the lead in the match, I should say, there's always a moment of pressure and tightness and something that Medvedev can take hold of, and he knows that. I think Medvedev knows it doesn't matter where the match goes, he can rely on Zverev just pulling off his game a little bit if he goes ahead. So there is a bit of mind gaminess going on. I like what Terry's saying in the comments there, holding up the start, keeping Zverev waiting. I wouldn't be surprised if half of this was a mental battle. So
I think Medvedev can be, in general, and not only having watched Carlos' performance 2 days ago, but I feel like Medvedev is even more more capable of exploiting these weaknesses that Zverev has in closing matches. But because there's also other things involved in this matchup, Medvedev has now won a lot of the previous meetings. It's as you said, 11-3 in the last 14. So it for sure gives you a lot of confidence. Even if you are behind in the score, you maybe can still feel confident, and there is going to be one moment for you in which you have one chance. For example, I remember their last meeting, the ATP finals match they played last year. Zverev should have won the first set. Absolutely. He was playing better, and he had also the better chances until, like, I think it was 4-1 in the tiebreak, and he missed an easy volley. Very, very easy. And then Medvedev came back, stole the tiebreak, like 9-7, something like that. And it is a good explanation for me because both, I feel that both can outplay each other if they play really well and the other is not 100%. For example, Zverev outplayed Medvedev in the ATP final in 2021, just an example I remember. But usually, despite Zverev having won a 3-setter in Cincinnati, usually if it's close, Medvedev is the one who's usually in charge in these big and clutch moments of the match.
100%. John, what's your feeling?
I find it really tough to call. I agree with, and I know he's talking about the final, Matthew, here, but you could also potentially apply it to this match, which is, Zverev at his absolute best is more dangerous, but for Yannick, but also I would apply that to Medvedev too. I think that we just don't know what Zverev is going to show up. Even within one match, we can see both Alexander Zverev's appear as he did in the previous round. Yeah, I'm going Medvedev, but because of all of what I've just said, even if that doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense, I just think that Medvedev will probably be producing a 7 or 8 out of 10 throughout this match, and it'll almost certain it's enough to beat 99% of the tour, and it's probably enough to beat Zverev 80% of the time if all of that maths makes sense. I also think Zverev's the scary thing about Zverev in that last match, to be honest with you, the scariest thing, which I know is something that he's managed to produce regularly in recent years, but that number of percentage first serves in, which it felt like it dropped in the third set, which is what allowed Carlos the opportunity to get back into the match, and it probably stayed a bit lower than normal as well in the fourth set, but still, you're getting 80% of your first serves in. That's insane. When you've got as good a first service, it's not quite the same when it's Baez, but when it's but I still think maybe the return position. I'll be surprised if
it makes a difference. It makes a difference, John. Definitely does. I think.
But I'd be surprised
because Zverev is not the kind of player which attacks you straight away. So I don't feel like Medvedev should feel to be closer to the baseline. I feel like for both, the idea is starting the rally. That's what.
Neutral. Get to neutral, stay in neutral, live in neutral, praise neutral. Basically, I don't want to get anybody attacking.
We're talking a lot about Zverev, but of course there are some encouraging things for him in terms of this the mentality. For example, Zverev is 18-2 in the last 20 matches that went on to a decider.
It's a good stat, Mario.
I mean, he also usually goes to deciders also against some player who he shouldn't do it. So that also is important in my opinion. But still, 18-2 is really, really a good stat, of course. And for Medvedev, he kind of plays for history in terms of how many finals he may reach, especially on hard courts. For example, if he wins today, he would be finalist in 5 out of the last 7 slams on hard courts. And in the open era, players who have reached 6 or more finals on hard at a slam, only Murray and Sampras, Agassi, Lendl, and the big 3.
Just to flesh out that stat you gave us, by the way, Mario, last year Zverev played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 deciding sets against top 10 players, and he won 4 of them. So you've got Medvedev in there, you've got Yannick, you've got Alcaraz, and you've got Hurkacz as well. So that is pretty good. There's a bit of clutchness under pressure for sure. It's not just anybody.
Indeed,
yeah. Even because, for example, the match he lost against Rublev in 3 sets in Vienna, it's not really mental. There he was basically outplayed by Rublev. He stole the second set, but then it wasn't really a mental thing. For example, in that case, Yeah, I feel like, we sometimes overestimate this thing, but we know that it's still been, a big thing in his whole career, and so we still feel like it can happen. If he has to close out a match of this importance. But let's see.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So I'm going Medvedev in some way, shape, or form. He could even get it done in straights. I'm not too concerned about either player physically. I think Damien and I mean that may change. Once it gets to a fifth set, and it may change. Come the final. If Medvedev, for example, goes another hard 5 sets because he was struggling in set 4 against Hubi, managing to pull through in 5, of course. But if one of these two players gets it done in straights, yeah, I'm not too concerned about them for the final. I think that both players have had their 5 setters, but they've been nicely spaced out, if that makes sense. It's not like
Yeah.
they've played 3 5 setters back to back. And the players have just got underway. I'm going to go. When are you okay for, Jack? Are you okay until what time GMT?
About 10 past 10 or so.
Yeah, that's
So
fine. That's
good
fine. I mean,
hour and a
I'm
half,
here.
so.
I'm here throughout. I'm just gonna fix my chocolate urge right now, and a few other things. But I'm never far away, so I'll be able to hear you almost all the time. And in fact, you can see me backstage, right?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
So you can see me going like this and all the other
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
All right. So I'm here anyway, but I'll certainly be here when you leave, Jack, as well.
Cool.
Yeah, evening conditions are a little slower than during the day. Do you think it can make some difference? I don't know.
Yeah. I would say, Mario, I think that's going to favour. Oh, it's tough, actually. It's tough because I was about to say it favours Medvedev. I think it does favour Medvedev. I'm going to say that. I think it favours Medvedev. He'll want to slow down play, certainly on serve as well. I think the more rallies he can get to neutral on Zverev's serve, the better.
Yeah.
And I do think that Medvedev can serve well enough, given Zverev's return stance, that the conditions won't make too much of a difference to his own serve. So I feel like it's advantage Medvedev. What about you, Mario?
I tend to say the same because we know that usually Medvedev prefers to play in faster conditions, that at least he says so. But in this case, I feel like for Zverev to be able to win some points quicker could be important. I see it more difficult for him if the conditions are slower. Medvedev said that the court in itself it's, he would say, pretty fast, but it's a ball matter. Then when they use the new ball, they are okay. The game is quite fast, but already after 2-3 games, the ball gets heavier, and so the condition gets really slower. It also changes a lot during the match, probably.
I saw that. He was talking about a rally between Thompson and somebody else, right? Jordan Thompson. And he was saying it's just
right
impossible.
Now it feels like the ball are deciding more than the court in itself right now.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a point of contention on the ATP tour recently. Balls causing people injuries, wrist injuries, arm injuries, all sorts. Sebi Korda, one of those players that's really felt the brunt of that. It's a little bit head scratching. Obviously there's sponsorship deals that tournaments have to honor and stuff. But I mean, if they don't have players to play the game, then the sponsorship deals are useless. I just think it's pretty negligent not to put balls into play that aren't going to injure the players. So it's just left me a bit confused, Mario.
Yeah, for sure. I think that, a lot of players have spoken up. So I think that it's a matter that should be taken really seriously, because the players are the most important, product for tennis. So if your biggest player, your top player, and for top, I mean, top 80, 90, top 100, because, these tournaments like these are played by all these this player throughout the first, especially the first week, and you get a lot of great matches. If you lose a lot of this player for some times, and at least there should be some consistency, you know. Australians win, these are the balls.
Definitely.
And then maybe you go, of course, to play in South America, and the ball can be different. But then it should remain the same between, I don't know, Cordoba, Buenos Aires, Rio, so that the players can have some kind of consistency in terms of, you know, adjusting to the balls, and not having also to to use their wrist and their you know, I don't know how to explain better, because it's a thing that when I used to play tennis, in Italy I say use the wrist in terms of getting, you know, a lot of the job with that.
Yeah, a lot of spin. Yeah, you know, I do think that players have to overspin it a little bit when the balls are this slow. So that's why the wrists can get injured, but also just because it's quite a hard ball apparently compared to previous years. I do think probably a lot of it is to do with slowing down the game. You know, slowing down the game is meant to be kind of put hand in hand with more entertaining tennis. You know, back in the 90s when everybody was serving bombs, I think a lot of people call that era a little bit unwatchable.
But don't you feel like at this point it would be better to have maybe a slower surface and a faster ball?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think that's your kind of best recipe for tennis.
It can be better, in my opinion. At this point, you can just, you know, for example, Medvedev said this court feels in itself pretty quick. You may slower the court, but the ball should remain, you know, quicker, because it helps the player more with his body, with his wrist work. It puts themselves in, you know, a better situation physically.
100%. We are in a bit of danger for Medvedev, Mario, as Zverev breaks immediately to love. After the second service game of Medvedev. That was pretty quick. I barely looked away, and there was 3
great points in this game. I am a little bit behind, but it's not an issue. I've seen, you know, just after you told me that backhand. But of course, this is a shot Zverev needs a lot. Because we thought that, of course, his forehand, he usually what decides how his matches are going, because if he's feeling well with the forehand, and then of course his game is better. But the backhand, it's still very important, because it can produce something like this that can end the point, or some passing shot, as we have seen against Alcaraz in the quarterfinal. And Medvedev, in my opinion, in this kind of matchup shouldn't be this passive, because it's literally what Zverev, you know, prefers. Between the two, I feel like Medvedev is the one who has more in himself to stay a little bit more aggressive and to try to go for it a little more. That's my opinion.
I don't know if he needs to do that, Mario, as much as Zverev does, though. I do feel like if they both are just trading from the back of the court, it's probably Medvedev that comes out on top. It's probably Zverev that's getting this first, that gets in his own head on the forehand side. I do think Medvedev is actually the one that can afford to be a little bit regressive, a little bit less aggressive than Zverev. And so far, actually, we are seeing Zverev being the one that's attacking a bit more. And
you're right, but I also tend to think that, in my opinion, after, for example, a 20-shot rally, if there's one of them who is able at that point to find a good acceleration and to end the point with a winner, I would bet on Zverev.
Yeah, he's got the higher peak of power for sure. You know, he's the one that's probably going to be dictating the course of the match in a way. But the level that Medvedev asks Zverev to reach is pretty high.
That's right.
It's pretty high. Again, you know, we're seeing forehands immediately now, getting sprayed. Zverev looking to get a little bit more on it, and it's just not a reliable weapon of his. You know, if we really look at the forehands, Kyrgios put it quite well. You know, he was talking about it in the commentary booth. It's about as powerful as his backhand, but the chances of you seeing it at that level consistently throughout the match are unlikely. You know, you do get matches where he's feeling it and he can hit it really well, but you also get matches where it's completely gone and he really, really struggles to accelerate on it without a little bit of tension.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen also against Alcaraz the difference when he approaches, for example, with a forehand, and when he does it with a backhand. With a backhand, usually it is a good approach, and then if he comes to the net quickly, he can close the point in an easy way. With a forehand, usually he struggles to find a heavy shot that can put the opponent into a difficult situation.
Yeah.
But honestly, the only way is that even if he does a mistake, he shouldn't really care, because that's the way he needs to play with a forehand at these stages. There's no other way, in my opinion.
Yeah. Semi-finals of a Grand Slam, you've got to be attacking with your forehand. That's pretty much tennis 101. I mean, come on. The other factor, of course, that we could end up seeing make some impact on the match is Zverev's second serve. But we were talking about the second serve in the Alcaraz match. Zverev's second serve per se hasn't got much better, but his first serve percentage is just so high nowadays that he doesn't have to hit second serves. You know, he's barely ever putting himself under that sort of pressure. He gets first serves in 85% of the time. It's unlikely you're going to see the second serve crumble.
Yeah, absolutely. I was watching the other day because everyone was talking about this 85% of first serve scene. And I was like, I'm not sure, as all of these people, that it's the highest he ever reached. And in fact, it is not. And all the using the tennis abstract research, all the highest results I had were between 2023, this early 2024. Something from 2021, but most of them were in this last months and last year or so, since he came back from the injury. Maybe he has been able to work a little bit on lifting it better, to also to have some more angles, risking a little bit less but still being powerful. So yeah, absolutely. His highest ever is 90%. I don't know how can be possible for someone who.
But that was Mario. I saw that was an incomplete match though, so it was it was 5 games against Yibing Wu.
Okay.
Yeah, so a little bit of a misnomer there. I think Chengdu or the Nakashima match against Roland Garros in 2022, he served 89%, Mario, and that was over 3 sets. That's a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
Although, his first serve win percentage wasn't massive, actually, and that is quite telling sometimes. Anyway, though, yeah, he is getting more first serves in than he used to. That's the bottom line. We can already see it. He's not really giving Medvedev any chances to get into the service game so far.
That's big stuff so far.
Yeah, it is. That was a nice little 1-2 there. Backhand cross and then forehand to finish. Who did you say was the favourite, Mario?
Well, I thought Medvedev is the favorite. This start, of course, makes you think that it can be, a good day for Zverev, as he has been also in the quarters against Alcaraz. Or less, Zverev has figured out at least how to be consistent in reaching, big stages of Grand Slam. Yeah, what happened here? It was so clear that he would have been in, but okay. Would have been love 40.
Yeah, I love 40 chance squandered. For those who can't see it, Zverev coming into the net and opting to leave the forehand pass of Medvedev that went straight down the middle of the court, and it was a fairway in. So, oh Jesus, though, there's Medvedev's double faults coming to the fray. We were talking about Zverev's second serve being a problem. Oh my God. Medvedev on second serve recently.
Medvedev does a lot of double faults.
Yeah, oh my God. It's probably worse than Zverev at the moment. He likes to go for that big one, the kind of first serve, second serve looking.
My take on Medvedev is that he has a weak second serve.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Back-to-back double faults, Mario.
Wow. now I've seen the double fault, the second one. Now
Yeah.
I've seen it. But usually he has, even when it's in, he may risk it and okay, but usually I feel like it is a weak second serve.
The
Yeah.
one thing I would say, Mario, is I've seen him play well in second serve. I think I can think of a few matches off the top of my head. One in particular, he played Yannick Sinner in the Miami final last year. He was very, very good at sending the second serve. He was very good at sending the second serve out wide, to the Yannick's forehand. That's not easy. That's tough.
That's for sure. No. That's for sure. I mean, of course, when I when I say weak, I'm talking about the top players in the world. So
yeah, I agree. I still agree. Yeah.
I don't feel like it is a very solid and good shot. Despite also despite the double fault, the number of double faults.
Who do you think, Mario? And I'm gonna look it up now. Who do you think in the top 10 has the lowest second serve win percentage?
In the top 10, lowest. Who's in the top 10 right now? No, okay, I have it. I would go for Rublev.
I can tell you, it's Medvedev.
It's Medvedev.
It is Medvedev, yeah. And then next up is Zverev. So these are your top two lowest in the top 10 second serve win percentages.
Even if if Zverev makes, for example, 85% of first serves, then the data is less important than it may be for someone who is like 60% of first serves in. So Rublev is not that low as I could have imagined.
Yeah, he's okay actually. He's fairly high actually. Mario, he's not doing too badly. I also thought it was a weakness, but it is a weakness. The second serve is a weakness, but obviously he covers it quite well just because he can attack regardless of what ball you give him. So he's quite high. And surprisingly, Hubie Hurkacz is their third lowest on second serve win percentage.
I mean, can also tell you that when the rally starts, Hurkacz is not that effective, Usually second serve means, even if Hurkacz should have a big one in terms of, also having solid power, but can tell you that when the rally starts, then for Hurkacz, it becomes more difficult than for other players.
Yeah. I think that's
for example, I'm expecting Alcaraz, of course, to be high, and Sinner and Djokovic, maybe these are the first three.
Yeah. It was, I've lost it now, it was Djokovic, I think it's for sure.
No, Alcaraz, Djokovic, and Sinner it is, yeah?
No. Actually, Djokovic is first at the moment.
Djokovic is first.
Yeah, for the last 52 weeks, Djokovic is first. Then it's Sinner.
Okay.
Then it's Alcaraz. Yeah. And then it's Ruud. Not Ruud, sorry. Rune.
Rune. Yeah. I forgot. But Rune, I may feel it also because Rune has kind of weak stats at return. I sense watching his matches.
Rune is still a bit of an unfinished product, Mario. I think he's he'll get there, but he's not really there yet. By the way, 15-30 on the Zverev serve.
Let's miss this backhand.
Let's just go back to what we were saying before the match started. Yeah, I basically said when Zverev takes a lead against Medvedev, Medvedev can pretty much bank on the fact he's going to have chances to get back into the match. Whether that will unfold here, we'll see. But I think Medvedev will still feel like he's in this set. It's not one to throw away. I think it's worth scrapping. Because if he can win this set, he's pretty much cemented a mental stranglehold over the match. Should have a good chance of winning.
Do you think like the things in this matchup can be, totally different for the fact that this is, a semi-final in a Grand Slam? And so maybe all this talk about how they usually do against each other can, make us overthinking too much about what is going to happen?
Yeah, good point. Yeah, I think so. I definitely think the dynamic will be a little different. I think Medvedev will be pretty confident he can physically outlast Zverev. And I think he'll be pretty confident there's going to be a few more nerves on show than there usually is. So I do think regardless of what the scoreline looks like, Medvedev's not going to be pressing the panic button. I think he'll be pretty confident he can do something here. 2 break points, by the way.
Yeah, but I mean, of course, when you play against a top opponent like Zverev or Djokovic or Sinner, losing the first set always puts you in a difficult situation. But it's not the end of the match, of course, especially in best of 5. So I feel like oh, what happened?
Just
a mistake here.
No, a close pass, a very close pass.
Okay. No, because you say, ooh, then I saw Zverev, going for that one, and I was like,
no, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't the approach.
Yeah, but it wasn't that good especially because it was from the backhand side. But still, it was very difficult for Medvedev to pass.
It was. I'm gonna look up. In fact, I'll come back to you in a second, Mario. I'm just gonna get that stat for us while this break point plays out. Forehand goes wide, and Medvedev gets one of the breaks back in this set.
Yeah.
Right, here we go, Mario. So, Zverev in Grand Slams, after he wins the first set against a top 10 player, is 3-6. So he still loses 66% of the matches in slams where he wins the first set.
Yeah.
Does that surprise you?
No, because he doesn't have a good record overall.
No, he doesn't. No, of course, yeah, you know that stat, obviously.
But still surprises me maybe that actually, considering his bad record, he's won the first set quite a lot of times, because he's 3-14 overall against top 10 players.
And 6, yeah, exactly. So 6 of those 14 losses, he's won the first set.
Yeah. So that maybe surprises me a bit. Another double fault here.
Medvedev has got to get his act together here. This is just getting silly. 5 double faults in 4 service games, less than 4 service games, Mario.
Yeah. Right.
Lovely bit of forehand aggression though there from Medvedev, just to get himself back on track in this service game. Again, he's looking at Gilles Savara saying, can I get into this? I do think if he finds even a smidge more of his level, then he's got a good chance of winning this set. He can absolutely break Zverev again. The serve is looking a bit dodgy though.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everything so far from Medvedev, but especially the serve.
I love that one though. That's a good one. So, okay, he opted not to go big in the second serve there. Instead, went for the kick serve up high to the forehand. Now, I think that's definitely a good play against Zverev. Ask him to create a little bit of pace on the forehand return rather than going big into the forehand, for sure. 40-15 now. Medvedev with a great serve down the tee, who doesn't finish the point and sprays his next forehand. So we're still in this service game.
Oh.
It's quite interesting, I think, Mario, how much of this match is going to be determined by the next few games. Because I do think if Medvedev can crawl his way back into this set, it really sets a huge precedent for his confidence. He's basically making a statement. He's saying, I don't care where I am in this match, I think I've got a chance. I don't believe you've got the cojones to take the set.
Yeah, after this start, it's difficult to, for Zverev if he loses the first set. I know that, it isn't like he has been super, super close, because there were still, 4-1 still 2 games away, but having a couple of breaks, you need to close this set out. It's a semi-final against Medvedev in a Grand Slam. If you don't take this opportunity, well, it becomes very difficult.
Yeah. But particularly for Zverev, who's a bit of a momentum player, he gets confidence from winning games, and then as soon as he starts losing them, it does start to spiral a little bit. We saw it a lot last year. You mentioned last year's ATP finals, where Zverev should have won the first set. I also want to mention Monte Carlo last year, where Zverev, he should have won that match, but every time Medvedev was up against it, he still fancied his chances. I think Zverev served for the match. Medvedev still won.
He served for the match.
Served for the match again, right? Did he serve for the match twice? Is that right? I think second and third set.
I would have to check.
I'm pretty sure he did. It didn't matter where Medvedev was. He still thought he was going to win, and maybe not thought, he didn't maybe think he was going to win, but he certainly gave himself a chance every single time. And I feel like that's how this match is going to play out.
Yeah, he served for the match. Yeah, in both sets.
That was the match where Daniil ends up pushing the net measuring stick off of the net.
Yeah. Curiously, John, Medvedev has a lot of good head-to-heads on clay, despite his so far not consistent result. I cannot even say great because he won a Masters 1000, but he's up against Novak, he's up against Tsitsipas, he's up against Zverev in this head-to-head.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's interesting because I don't know, to be honest, I don't know how the hell he beat Steph. He shouldn't have beat Steph. But the other players, they're a bit more like him. He can kind of play his own game against them a bit more. But honestly, Steph's a really good clay courter. He should have been winning that match 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, but honestly, even against Zverev, honestly, to be honest, I still would expect Zverev to have something more on the surface for the way, usually he's very, very, his results on clay speak very well for his, his tennis there. But still, I think probably Medvedev issue has also been a bit mental, across time. He lost a lot of matches he shouldn't have lost, despite him not liking the clay, because when you can play tennis so good, you should still won some kind of matches against some range of opponents. And then when he plays top 20, top 15 opponents on clay, he's different. You can see it. His numbers are good in those big matches there.
Yeah, they are. I'm already fascinated by this rally, Mario. That was some tight forehands from Zverev. They're getting loopy, and then he eventually misses one. Medvedev just asking him to inject a bit of pace.
30-all. Yeah, this point would be very important for Zverev to hold, and not only for of course getting closer to winning the set, but also because he started suffering more, so getting closer to win the set can make him feel like some relief.
Already, I bet you we're significantly lower than the first serve percentage from Carlos Alcaraz's match against Zverev. It looks like Medvedev's getting more chances in second serve. This is the Medvedev effect. We're seeing a second serve at 30-all now. How is Medvedev going to respond to it? Manages to put it in play. He's in the rally now. Oh, this is good stuff from Medvedev. He's playing great defense. He's in the German's head. Maybe that was a good backhand. Zverev going inside out. Again, another forehand inside out. Still not being able to pull the trigger. That was a good forehand, though. Okay, yeah. That's good stuff. Zverev should win from here. Oh, no, yeah, surely no. Yeah, okay. Good point.
Okay. He eventually closed it. Yeah, but of course, good signs that in 30-all in this situation, a lot of pressure because also thinking that he was up a couple of breaks earlier. You know, it's still good to see his forehand holding up.
That photo of Sinner always makes me laugh so much. It's very funny. And it is, I think I saw the caption under that photo, Mario, the one on the screen, that said something along the lines of, this is tennis Twitter, watching Medvedev, Zverev. Like, everybody feels the same way. Just every rally dragging on forever and ever.
Yeah, but in some way, you know, I also feel like I am that kind of person when, you know, for me, the occasion matters most. Even if I maybe don't really like the matchup, still no chance that I'm missing this as a Grand Slam semifinal, you know?
Yeah. And honestly, there's drama in this matchup that is quite entertaining. I do think that gets forgotten about a bit. Again, I like a good dramatic scoreline. You know, Zverev serves to the match a couple of times in Monte Carlo. Medvedev comes on to win. It's still good fun. It's pretty entertaining.
Yeah. Also, let's be honest. Zverev is playing at a higher level overall than the first part of the season. For example, the match in Indian Wells, you know, Medvedev doesn't like the court. Zverev is still not playing very well. You know, the matchup is already not fascinating in general, but in those conditions, it may really become a struggle. Here, it's, you know, a little bit different. Zverev strikes an ace. That's a big hold.
That was the big hold. Medvedev threatening at deuce there, and Zverev coming through nonetheless. Big game for here, Medvedev. He needs to do well because I do think, again, you asked Zverev the question. We saw Zverev having to serve at the match against Carlos, and pretty much every single one of his stats going down, right? So first serve percentage, first forehand aggression. Yeah. The number of approaches to the net went up, I guess. But apart from that, he does feel tension when he's up against it. Or you definitely see the tension when he's up against it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody feels tension, of course, Mario, but it depends how it manifests.
Yet in general, you know, it is always, okay, let's hold 3-5 and then make him serve for the set, for the match, whoever your opponent is. And yeah, especially in Zverev case.
I honestly think that if Medvedev can bring Zverev forward on his own terms, it's a decent tactic. We saw Carlos doing it quite occasionally.
Yeah, the thing is that how to do it, because Carlos has more of what it takes for, you know, being able to make him come forward at your own terms.
Yeah, I do think, you know, if Medvedev gives himself a little less margin over the net than he normally would, you get a few shorter balls, maybe go for a few more angles. You do tend to get Zverev in some sticky situations where he doesn't know whether to come forward or stay back.
Yeah, this for sure. And then also, regardless of, you know, your manuality or everything, your quality in doing that, for sure, it's easier for Carlos because he usually stays closer to the court. And when you stay closer, of course, it's easier to, you know, even to use the drop shot or something like that for Medvedev.
Yes.
You know, it has to be closer if he wants to do that, because if not, it's very, very difficult.
It's tough, yeah. I get what you mean. You know, Zverev's certainly got a lot of time to get up to the ball before it gets too low compared to somebody like Carlos. Drop shot's not really an option. Although we do see the drop shot from Medvedev sometimes. You know, he has brought it out in the past. It's not a shot he doesn't have. just doesn't go for it too often. And I do think he isn't going to use it too much because he does think that he can outlast Medvedev from the back of the court. Zverev from the back of the court, sorry.
Yes, but also I also think like it has to be, I don't feel like the drop shot is really a tactic for the long term. In some parts of the match, you have also to surprise your opponent and I don't know if he's able to do it out of nowhere. That's what I want to say,
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's more about like he stepped into a decent backhand and he goes for the drop shot at the last second. Yeah, it's not really a shot you're going to see too often because Zverev delivers such quality from his own backhand. So it's a very good point, Mario. Why is the ball dying down mid-rally? Aren't these supposed to be new balls to it 4-3? I hadn't noticed that, actually. I don't know, Shriri, maybe could be right. I hadn't really noticed.
Well, but it's also the players.
Probably just the Medvedev Zverev effect, exactly. I don't think it's anything to do with the balls.
For me, it's also the players, But because especially Medvedev, you have kind of this feeling that his ball is also weird in the way it flies.
Yeah. Right, 5-4. Zverev has to serve out the set here. Big first point, as always. Your percentages go drastically up if you do win that first service point. Drastically down if you do lose that first service point. Let's see what happens.
By the way, I didn't watch the Djokovic Sinner for the beginning because I'm trying always, these days to get up at around 6 a.m. so that I sleep quite normally, and then I just wake up a little bit earlier than usual and start watching. And I opened the app and I was to love Sinner, and then I was like, but is it not 6 a.m.? Why they have already played 2 sets? Then I opened and I saw the score and I was kind of shocked.
Yeah. It went by in a flash. It was pretty quick. Okay, there's a missed forehand from Zverev. A missed first serve as well before that to stop himself from getting on the attack. The stuff I mentioned before, coming apart at the seams when he really needs it most, will that trend continue? And he really should be making that first serve in the juice court, Mario. It's a serve that he hits night and day, down the tee. He's really good at it. But again, the Medvedev effect, that's another one missed. So it's another second serve. I don't even think we saw back-to-back second serves in the Carlos Alcaraz match. That might be an exaggeration, of course. Here we go, the second serve for Medvedev to work with. Love 15. He's got a forehand, gets it into play. I think he'll be happy to go, oh no.
Let me see.
That's surprising.
Oh.
Medvedev, not really with a chance to attack in the forehand, but does go for it. Just puts a little bit too much shape on it.
But it's wrong. It's wrong in this moment. Even the idea is wrong, in my opinion. Your opponent has served 2 second serve, has missed the forehand in the last point.
Yeah, agreed.
Why change your comfort plan in this moment when he's not looking so sure of himself?
Agreed. Another second serve as well for Medvedev to work with. Zverev opting to play the backhand as his +1 shot. Medvedev now attacking up the line again. Doesn't miss it this time though, so the rally continues. He's peppering the forehand, Mario, just as you said there, asking the question. Does go down the line, though, just to change things up. Not the greatest dynamic for Medvedev, so he changes to forehand again. Zverev sort of pushing. This is going to be a long rally, I think. Oh, Medvedev misses the forehand cross. And it is 30-15.
Yeah. Yeah, at least here, we were after, it was a long rally. So it's still different from the last mistake he had. Still probably avoidable, but it was still totally different. Yeah, 20, 23, 23, 24 shots.
4 consecutive missed first serves now, Mario.
Yeah, really weird, let's say like this. Yeah, even if his percentage is not that high today.
He's not missing the second serves, though. And oh my goodness. So a little bit of deceleration, Mario, and you get forehands that look like a dog's dinner.
Yeah, he has this issue when he's playing the forehand in that kind of position, stepping into the court. Yeah, he usually doesn't hit the ball well. You have this feeling. Then maybe he doesn't miss like he did right now, but
Beautiful control from Medvedev on the wide serve there. Manages to get a forehand return back into play with plenty of spin on it. He's in this rally. He's really going after the Zverev forehand. He's opened up the court now. Oh, he's not quite done enough, though, to win the point. So the rally will continue in neutral. Zverev opting to go into Medvedev's forehand now, but not enough to win the point. This one's going to go on a while too, I think. He gets it. Zverev out wide, forces a forehand slice. He's not done enough to win the point, though. Medvedev doesn't know whether to go forward or backwards. Where's he going? The rally continues, Mario. This is going to be a long one. I think I'll just take a wee beat. Come back in a second when the point's over. And a forehand missed wide. Every single point Medvedev has won in this game has been a missed forehand from Zverev. Break point.
Yeah, break point.
34-shot rally, ending in a forehand error wide. All started with that forehand return there, Mario. Medvedev was ready for it out wide, managed to get some spin on it, and it stayed in play. So here we go. Big point now. Big point. Can Medvedev get the break back? Still not odds on to do it. That is a bizarre forehand return, but it somehow finds the court. Medvedev asking the question of Zverev again. Can he create pace on that forehand? He's battering the forehand now. He just keeps asking the question, can Zverev do anything? And he eventually misses. That's 4 forehands missed in this game, Mario.
Yeah, 5-all.
5-all.
Yeah, that's what we were saying about,
Yeah, when he's asked the question, the forehand just gets a little looser, just a little less reliable.
Yeah, this is of course one of the reasons why this matchup, clearly went usually in Medvedev's way, because you have already difficulties from the forehand, and especially if you are playing against someone who doesn't really gives you pace and rhythm from that side, and you are the one who has to do that thing in the rally.
Yeah, it's exactly that. He's the one that's being asked to dictate the points and he can't do it. And again, it comes back to what I was saying before the match started. It doesn't matter in this matchup if Medvedev's behind. He knows that Zverev's going to give him chances to get back into it, as we've just seen. Oh, lovely little passing shot there from Medvedev. Not good enough from Zverev at all.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but Medvedev makes those every day of the week. I know it looked like it was quite a good approach, but you go big into Medvedev's backhand without putting him under pressure, as in he was already in that spot. I don't think that's a good play.
No, it wasn't a good idea to come to the net because he was playing, yeah, it was a good cross court, but they were rallying on.
Yeah, they were rallying cross.
There.
Exactly. If Medvedev's already standing there.
Yeah, it's not like you opened up the court.
Yeah. Exactly, Mario. Ever thought about coaching?
No. No, honestly. But watching a lot of matches, and since also 3-4 years, I'm really starting to trying to analyze things more than I used to do when I was, let's say, younger, even if I'm still young.
Yeah, you pick stuff up. I get what you mean.
Yeah, 30-all. This is bad play right now.
This honestly,
yeah,
it's the Medvedev effect. He knows what he's doing.
Yes, I enjoy sometimes his matches. Despite me liking him as a player, but I don't feel that his tennis is boring. It's just that. Here, for example, 15-30, missing that forehand. It's not what you would like to see as, if you're neutral in a tennis match.
No, definitely. The drama of the scoreline, as we suggested, though, has been pretty entertaining. Medvedev scrapping for his life right now, staying alive in this rally, 30-all. But he misses the forehand, and that is going to be a break point.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the stats online. I failed to believe...
you're right about the scoreline, of course. But, I feel like in a best of 5, in the first set, I'm probably picking the quality over the scoreline thing.
Yes, that's fair. That's fair.
Because maybe, this set is super, super close, but then, let's imagine Medvedev wins 7-6, 6-2, 6-2.
Yeah.
Yeah. What drama it is,
I know. I do hear you. It's a very good point.
Second serve.
Oh.
Even if I'm behind you.
Has he made that? He has, yeah. That's unfortunate. A little net cord. Medvedev couldn't do enough to keep him away from being exposed for the lob.
Yeah. And so Zverev will serve again for it.
Does he hold here, Mario? What do you think?
Yeah, this time, yes.
This time? Okay.
I'm thinking that this time he will hold.
We'll see. We will see. I'm not.
Yeah, that's for sure. Nothing is already written.
I'm not as confident.
If you're asking me if I have to bet 5-4, I was doubtful. Here, breaking right again. I don't know, but still, especially in this matchup, we've learned that everything is possible.
Everything is possible. Maybe is an overstatement, Mario. I get what you mean. Any comeback is possible, but I don't think any shot is possible. I think we know exactly what we're going to see. We're going to see some ropey first serves. We're going to see some ropey forehands. It just depends how many first serves I think Zverev can land in the court. Six-5, here we go. Again, talk us through this first point because it's a massive, massive influence on who wins the game. So will Zverev win it? What's going to happen here? Will he land the first serve? Here we go. It's a first serve from Zverev down the tee. Medvedev somehow finds it. It's a serve and volley. It's a serve and volley.
Yeah, I mean,
A serve and react. A bit of a serve and react, Mario.
yeah, I can get. I mean, it was basically, a cold smash.
Yeah.
Not the classic, let's say, serve and volley.
Yeah, I hear you. I agree. I think as soon as he saw Medvedev was under pressure, that was him. Same thing again. He goes back into.
What do I have to watch? Oh my
Yeah,
God!
I know.
What was this? Yeah, Zverev, basically went where Medvedev was, but Medvedev hasn't been able to.
It was
to put
close.
the backhand in.
It was certainly close.
Yeah, 30 love. Let's see, but the start has been good.
Ooh, it's a lovely return, underrated, beautiful in execution.
Yeah.
So good.
Very, very good.
Big shot under pressure there. 30-15.
Yeah, Medvedev definitely has this kind of return.
Yeah.
It was a good one.
From how far back he is to paste it on the line like that.
Yeah, unbelievable. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah. It's amazing. Honestly.
Because he usually says in the interviews when he was with Jim Courier, he was, okay, if you stay here, it's really difficult to miss. Yes, of course, but he's also able at times to find some very, very good angles.
I would disagree with Medvedev. I would find a way to miss it, Mario.
Yeah, indeed.
I mean, come on.
Zverev missing the backhand actually here.
Yeah, a chance.
And this is not what he usually does. So
30-all now.
Oh, back under pressure.
Again, tough for Medvedev to know where to stand here. Zverev's favourite serve the tee, but he has been going wide. He does go wide. Serve +1. Nightmares, Mario. Absolutely disastrous, and it is now a break point. Yeah. Honestly, none of this is surprising me.
No, but still, I mean, you were 30 love. You have to kill the game.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, Medvedev, of course, found a great return to go 30-15, but then you missed this couple of shots.
Yeah, the serve +1 was unforgivable. Chance on the time on the forehand. Did he miss it?
Second serve.
Second serve.
What happens here?
Medvedev finds the return. Happy to go neutral into the Zverev forehand. He's looping into the Zverev forehand. He is targeted. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not sure about that shot choice.
Yeah, he wanted to keep going,
Yeah.
Didn't want to change to his backhand because he thought that probably maybe he would have, not probably, he would have had the court open.
He would have, but...
Yeah.
He gave himself a pretty tough shot. I would have went for depth over angle there. Anyway, though, game continues. Second serve. Percentage much lower than the Alcaraz match. We've not seen a double yet, Mario. We've not seen a double fault. Could this be our time? No, it's not.
No, okay.
Medvedev defending for his life. Does well to get that one back into play with depth. Okay, going into the forehand. Zverev not doing any damage. Zverev trying to do damage on the forehand, but not quite getting it done. Medvedev with a good change in direction. It's not enough to win the point, though.
Oof.
At the moment, still just trading in neutral. I haven't seen the rally dynamic change for a while. Medvedev opting to change directions. Zverev doing the same thing, getting a forehand slice from Medvedev. The rally continues, though. Zverev opts not to come forward. He's coming forward now. Surely now. Mario.
He misses it. I knew it. Oh my God. The girlfriend. Look at the girlfriend. She's desperate.
John doesn't know what he's missed. He's going to get a replay, though. No, I'm not saying I would have made that, but I could have made that. And if I could have made that, come on. That is unforgivable. Break point number 2. Mm-hmm. That volley.
I wanted to make a joke, but it would have been mean, so I'm not making it.
Here we go. Another second serve for Medvedev to work with. That point was important, but this one's just as important. He needs to get the break here. Needs to keep himself in this set. Well, he doesn't need to, but yeah, he's not going to make a mistake in that one. Back to Juice.
Yeah, the return was not good this time.
Yeah, nowhere near enough depth. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. As soon as you see Medvedev changing to chopper grip, he should be all over the net. And yeah, forehand slice there. You know, he was in a lot of danger. Right, serve down the tee from Zverev. Medvedev doing well to neutralize the serve, though, so we are going to start from neutral here. Again, Medvedev happy to pepper the Zverev forehand. Zverev getting consecutive forehands, opting to run round that one, in fact. Has he missed that one? Oh, it's in. It's good. So the rally continues.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the one, Mario. But we do continue. Medvedev again, happy to just ask Zverev the question. You still fancy Medvedev in this situation, regardless of how long the rally goes on?
By the way, I know what is the thing that disturbs me the most about the matchup. And it's when they do forehand against forehand against forehand.
I know.
It's so disturbing.
It's unlike the rest of the ATP Tour. It's just so casual. There's no injection of pace.
Yeah.
This rally is going on a phenomenally long time. Medvedev eventually opting to come forward. That's a good shot.
Well, that's still a good rally.
That's
overall.
a good shot. That's a good shot.
Oh my God, how he did it.
I know, yeah. It almost looked like he bailed out of the point, actually.
Wow.
But he did well to finish it.
Yeah. How much fun is you're having? Well, I mean, I like tennis, so, you know.
To be honest, that was a beautiful finish. It was pretty nice.
Yeah.
That's not easy.
Yeah, even if, you know, coming to the net was not that quick, but this time it was understandable. The rally was exhausting, and so it was understandable also that he won 51 shots, you know.
Yeah.
He wanted to close it, and we can understand him this time, you know. So it was overall well played.
Zverev legs maybe going here. Medvedev has them under lock and key.
Yeah, maybe a double fault.
Maybe a double fault, exactly. Who knows? Here we go. Second serve. Will the legs have enough in them? They do. He finds the second serve. Medvedev opting to come forwards. It's risky. Nah, no way he's making that. Yeah, no way he's making that. So Medvedev does lose the first set. Zverev taking it 7-5.
Yeah, Zverev, as if he is Stefan Edberg almost.
I know,
Because
yeah,
this
yeah.
set with two, not easy
Half
not easy
volleys, yeah.
shots at the net.
Yeah, they were tough half
Yeah,
volleys.
so 7-5. He's won the first set. I don't know how many times he won the first set in the semifinal, because for sure he lost the first two sets when he won the lone semifinal he won against Carreño Busta, the US Open. He was 2-love down in that match.
Yeah. He I'll tell you now. I'll get this.
Maybe against Team at the Australian Open 2020.
Yeah, he lost the first set. No, he won the first set. Sorry, he won the first set, and he won the first set against Novak as well. In fact,
against Novak in the US Open. Yeah, remember? Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, there you go. So if I can find why can't I see? That's why. So yeah, he has. He's lost the first set 1, 2, 3 times. 4 times. 4 times in his 6 semi-finals. That took me ages, Mario.
4 times he won the first set.
4 times he lost the first set. So sorry,
okay.
just twice he's won the first set.
Yeah, those 2 times we have said. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember clearly well the match against Tsitsipas at the French Open when he was love 2 and then he won the 3rd and the 4th.
Yes.
And then he lost anyway.
And of course, Nadal at the 2022 French Open, he had 4 set points, goes on to lose that set. At this point, I don't think it's really about who's winning sets, who's winning games. We can clearly see Medvedev's game plan. Can he sap the German?
Well, still it was super important for Zverev, because losing a set in that way, after being 4-1 with 2 breaks and then serving for a set twice, losing the set would have been pretty painful. Maybe it is also for Daniil, because he was he recovered in the end till 5-all.
Yeah.
Let's see, love 30 here in this first game.
Yeah, immediately not looking good for Medvedev.
Because I feel like maybe we can overestimate this, the physical price they're going to pay. But if one of these 2 players goes love 2 down, then I think the comeback becomes pretty unlikely, considering how many energies they have spent so far.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, I don't know. This match is maybe even scrappier than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, of course.
And that's saying something. I do think Medvedev will just keep pushing and pushing and pushing.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So we can kind of see some of the effects of that previous game on Zverev's game in that shot there. So it's love 30. Zverev opting to go aggressive in the forehand and misses wide. So he was looking for an early way out of the point, and that's not what he's comfortable doing.
Am I wrong in thinking that I actually think that best of 3 physical match, okay, but in best of 5, if it goes super physical in kind of a 5th set, I feel like Zverev gives me more I would bet on Zverev at that point, at least from the physical state. Medvedev, I've seen him at times cramping in the end of these 5-set matches.
Yeah, but I do feel like he still tends to find a way through. I want to look at Medvedev's record, actually, or not record, but can we think of matches where Medvedev has welted in the last few years in slams on hard courts and still managed to come through? I feel like there's quite a few, and he still manages to find a second wind, I would say, Mario.
Well, we have to thank Sean.
Sean. Sean, sorry, I wasn't looking. Sorry, Sean. Hi, Sean. Thank you. I wasn't looking at the chat there. Thank you very much, Sean. I was like, what's Sean done for Medvedev's game?
Yeah.
A break point for Zverev as he comes up with a fairly comfortable forehand approach.
Sean is sympathizing with our struggle, with our struggle.
I appreciate it, Sean. It's tough watching sometimes. Right, I'm looking at Medvedev's recent hardcore matches.
No, I'm pretty sure that he has a good record.
No, he's got a good record, but I more mean looking at some of the matches and trying to recall how he was physically. Are there matches where we can think of him maybe being a little bit under the weather, maybe not quite performing his best?
Let's say that for me, Vienna was pretty weird because in the end, it was Yannick who outlasted him physically.
Yeah.
Yeah, but overall, even because it's not that he really played, those, against Urkac, but still he found a way, to win it. So
long rally there, Mario.
This is the forehand.
Zverev misses the forehand, exactly. Is that going to be the story of the match?
Zverev misses the forehand. Yeah, it's for sure a shot that usually defines his performances and his matches.
There's only one, I'm sure this isn't the case, but there's one match that comes to mind when I think of good forehand performances from Zverev, and it's the Olympic semi-final against Novak Djokovic when he won.
And also the whole, when we are thinking about 2021 ATP finals, both in the semi-final against Djokovic and the final against Medvedev, he was pretty good with the forehand. Even if I have to say that the Turin conditions really help him.
Exactly. You don't have to generate as much of your own pace. Exactly.
Well, a good hold from Medvedev because he saved a break point, which, suffering a break right after losing the first set would have not been the ideal.
Yeah, quite a lot of these rallies ending with not just missed forehands from Zverev, but kind of sprayed forehands from Zverev, Mario. They're just going wide. He's kind of just mistiming them a little bit. Just a bit of hesitation in the shot, Mario. Bit of hesitation.
Do you think, even if, Yannick is still playing very well, so it's not like you are going to face a nobody in the final, but does it, having, Djokovic out, add pressure on the two players in this semi-final? No, it's not a factor.
No, I'm sure within the match it doesn't add any pressure. But I'm sure going into the final, I would probably consider Yannick the favourite against either of them. He's the one that's beating Djokovic. I'm not
That's
saying
right.
this is the reason. I'm not saying this is the reason why they would feel pressure, but it's certainly a factor. I think the fact that Djokovic is now
No.
out, it feels like an opportunity.
Yeah,
It might feel like the other two have a bit of pressure on them going into the final.
that's for sure. But in some way, I still think that it would be much pressure on the player who wins this semifinal. Higher pressure because, you know, Medvedev would be his 6th Grand Slam final.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he would have, you know, he can be 1-5 in Grand Slam final, and it's not also, you know, first time he doesn't face one of the big 3 members in a Grand Slam final.
Yeah.
For Zverev, you know, 2 players who will be looking for a first Grand Slam title, and so, you know, Zverev being 26, you know, I feel like he can, you know, the pressure is even higher in my opinion. Yeah, I know that also on Yannick's side, but of course it's a Grand Slam final for everyone. It's a pressure, you know. It would be difficult to call. 30
By the way, 30 I was about to say a chance for Medvedev. And Mario, without looking, I just want you to go give me a number as soon as you think of it. How many of the last 6 hardcourt slams has Medvedev made the final of?
The last 6?
Last 6 hardcourt slams, yeah.
4.
Oh, amazing. Yeah, well done. Did you just know that off the top of your head?
Australian Open 2021, US Open 2021.
That is this, Mario, I had no doubt you could count them all up, but I didn't know if you'd just be able to pull the number out like that. That's very impressive.
Yeah.
But yeah, Australian Open 2022. And
yeah,
then
of
US
course,
Open,
and US Open last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you know why? Because I usually have in my mind the other thing. He only missed 2 Grand Slam finals.
Right,
on hard courts.
Gotcha. Yeah. Gotcha. That is, yeah, it's a pretty telling stat, and I think it's a good barometer for how this match could go, even though he's a set down at the moment.
Yeah.
He's the guy that's been making these finals consistently. I don't think it matters where he is.
Of course.
But yeah, I will just say that in the semi-finals he has won the first set every single time. So this is uncharted territory, to be fair.
Yes. The other 2 semi-finals he lost, which were team 3 sets love, team at the US Open.
Yeah.
In Wimbledon, okay.
And Wimbledon, yeah.
Wimbledon.
Team was amazing that day. He was so
yeah, you
good.
know that I don't remember more or less anything about that slam because it was so weird without the crowd. I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard. It was hard to engage with, and the final was.
I then got used to it, and so for example, ATP Finals 2020, I still kind of enjoyed it.
Yeah,
but the US Open was so weird.
Yeah, it was really strange, quite surreal. All right, here we go. Medvedev looking for some momentum. It's been a lot of long rallies. I think somebody's got to give soon, and we will start to see the rally length shorten if we haven't already. But obviously 40, 50 shot rallies to finish that first set. There's no way these guys can keep that up.
Yeah.
It's absolutely brutal.
Yeah, for sure. When we saw the start of the time spent on court and all this, it's definitely difficult in a slam to call that because when you have the day off, We would have to know even how they have, spent that day, if they have felt well or not, if they have been able to hit some, some forehand and backhands or not, because they were too fucked up physically. It's difficult to call. I feel like this stat is a little bit abused in this tournament. We've seen this on the screen a lot of times, even in the women's tournament where they play best of 3.
Yeah, Mario made.
Yeah, sorry, John.
Bleep.
I wanted the strong word, but I didn't find one, normal, a normal one. Yeah, guys, sorry, I'm Italian. I'm usually polite.
I was gonna say it's a pretty common word in Scottish, so it didn't offend me. But
yeah, second serve here, 40-30. Medvedev feels like has.
Can you guess how it ends, Mario? Can you guess how it ends?
I saw it, but I probably.
Forehand unforced error from Zverev to finish the point. Medvedev holds. Oh, what's Novak got to say? I think I've pretty much heard most of this already. I think I'm just saying it was the worst, one of the worst matches he's played.
Yeah, okay, I've read already this extract.
Did he say worst match?
I mean, French Open 2020 literally exists, but
yeah, that's true. I'd seen a quote on Twitter though of Djokovic saying that it was one of the worst matches he'd played.
Yeah, I mean, when the scoreline is like that, I always feel like for sure there are both sides,
Yeah.
No way, even if it's Sinner in God mode or Nadal at French Open, there's no way Djokovic plays well and loses like 6-1, 6-2 or 6-love, 6-2 the first 2 sets. So and even the opposite is true, for this player who can play. Maybe the only circumstance I can remember can be the semifinal 2016 when Djokovic was 6-1, 6-2 up on Federer.
Yeah,
but
oh my God,
basically it was just Djokovic playing, out of his mind, even for being him.
Yeah, that was fantastic. That was some performance. Medvedev already with a mini chance on serve here.
Yeah.
It's a poor volley. Love 30.
Yeah, they are showing us net points, but it's not a stat that is telling me, much. Against Medvedev, pretty much everyone comes to the net, quite often, comparing to the to his own standards,
Yeah, it's very true.
Oh, drop shot.
I know, it was a good change up. It was a very nice change up.
Yeah. At least he avoided to hit the volley.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's one way to stop yourself from playing a volley.
Yeah, Medvedev was not expecting it, of course. Understandable.
Yeah, Zverev with a kind of half-hearted approach, but it did end up doing the damage.
Yeah, he is never quick in taking the net. He always takes
I know. He hangs
so
back.
much time. I know that, maybe for someone so tall, it's not that easy to do it quickly, but still feels like sometimes he waits a little bit too much even to start coming to the net.
Yeah, just a bit of hesitation for sure.
Yeah.
And it makes a big difference.
Yeah, well played here. Of course, the serve did most of the work of the job, I mean. And so 40-30.
Yeah, good 1-2 there from Zverev. Good serve out wide, lovely backhand down the line, enough to get the hold 2-0. But it does feel as though, we're talking about the dynamics of return and serve and who's got the upper hand. It feels as though Medvedev has the upper hand at the moment. He's getting more chances in service games. Feels like he's willing to outlast Zverev in the rallies at the moment. A bit of aggression from Zverev paying dividends, but I do feel like he's the one taking more chances, and it could come good for Medvedev in the long run.
Yeah. Thing always is, that if in a good moment you are not able, to take a lead, and then it may become, you still have, even in the fourth set, Zverev Alcaraz, it seemed like it was Alcaraz playing better, winning most of the rallies and having more chances, but then he has not been able to take his chances in that moment, and then he had a poor game.
It could be enough. We'll see. As Zverev was up 15 here. Can't get the second return into play. Just a lot. Big point here now, 15-30, as Medvedev just put under a bit of pressure by his Zverev forehand. He does look like he's swinging through it a little bit in this game, actually. If we can keep that momentum up, Medvedev will be in all sorts of trouble. This will probably be my last game, I think, guys.
As long as it's not a 25 minutes game.
Yeah. That's your famous last words, exactly. We'll see.
A good serve, but it's not enough.
It's nice. It's good stuff from Zverev again, still hitting through the forehand, and he's got himself 2 break points.
Yeah. Well played here. Medvedev could have done something more with a +1. It was a good serve. Then well played by Zverev in the rally.
Awkward. It was a backhand that kind of worked there, Mario. You'll see what I mean.
Ooh. He saved himself here.
Kind of just ended up being a bit shorter, so it actually became really difficult for Zverev to deal with.
Yeah. Second break point.
Saved in style.
Ace.
Wow. Beautiful.
Yeah, ace. I guessed it.
It was short. It was short.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Because you had already said Medvedev was already with the ball in the hand, and so
Yeah.
I was okay. It's an ace.
Couldn't really have been anything else.
The roof is open, right?
Good
I
question.
I think so.
I didn't pay attention to that, but I think it should.
Yeah, pretty sure. I mean, I checked the weather forecast yesterday,
Good.
and it seemed like it was going to be dry most, if not all the day, most of the day.
Yeah, this shot for Zverev is like a penalty, usually for him.
Another break point, number 3 in this game. Medvedev trying to go big down the tee, but misses. What's he going to do with the second serve? I think he just needs to start at the point, guys. He does opt for the kicker. Wise move.
The kick.
Here goes Zverev. Still not able to graft an advantage. Medvedev changes direction. Good depth from the forehand there, but it's not enough to win the point. We're seeing a forehand slice from Zverev now. Drop shot out of nowhere. Is it going to be enough? It is. It is. That's nice. That is naughty.
Medvedev.
But
Yeah,
nice.
good job.
Very nice. And I'm sure it took Zverev a little bit by surprise. I don't know what Gilles is thinking.
Yeah, but also Zverev was really far behind.
Yeah.
That's the one I was talking about earlier with yourself, Mario. You know, I was talking about the drop shot out of nowhere. That's the one he tends to play. Backhand into your opponent's forehand.
Yes.
How many semi-finals has Zverev been in? It feels like quite a few. I'm going to guess 6 or 7 Grand Slam semi-finals.
This is his 7th, John.
Wow.
Yeah.
7th for Zverev. Yeah.
No way!
It was bad both in a way. It was bad from Zverev.
Oh, Medvedev missed it.
Yeah. It was bad from Zverev to give him a chance. That should have been fired at him with some pace because he's got that needs to be
exactly.
I mean, I'll give you an example. Medvedev should be doing this, should be reacting to that and getting his racket on. But actually, Medvedev had a clean swing at it.
Yeah.
Yes, still, I mean, it would be too harsh to call it, an unforced from Medvedev.
Yeah, agreed. He won the point in the end. That's all that matters, I suppose. Zverev with a very, very sturdy forehand approach, and it's enough to get him the break. On that note, guys, I think I'm going to love yous and leave yous.
Yeah. Thank you, Jack, as always.
No worries, it was good fun. Hopefully the rest of the match is good fun. I'll see everybody soon.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
John, are you surprised so far?
A little bit. I mean, I predicted a Medvedev win, but not with any great conviction.
Yeah.
What about you?
I mean, I went to sleep yesterday thinking that nothing would have really shocked me. Of course, Djokovic losing the first 2 sets 6-1, 6-2 was not on my bingo card. As for this match, yeah, I thought, I still predicted a Medvedev win, and it's still not that impossible. There's still the chance that it can happen, of course. I feel like I didn't get convinced by Jack, who said that Zverev should be more aggressive than Medvedev. I feel like Medvedev needs to step up a little bit more and be more aggressive because, he's relying a little bit too much on Zverev misses and not serving that well. He's not really, trying to making a little bit more, as for example he did with that drop shot.
The one thing I would say, oh wow, that's landed in. Wow. Is that I don't not think that Zverev is serving quite as well as he did against Alcaraz in the first two sets.
Not. But Medvedev is serving bad.
Yeah.
So it can even be enough, because if Medvedev is under 50% throughout the match with the first serve, and then it means that you may have, you have good chances. Zverev has had already a lot of chances to break him 3 times in the first set, break him once here, and had other chances earlier in the set. So yeah.
No, I mean, I don't think Zverev is hitting the heights. Also, in the rallies, I don't think he's playing as well as he did against Alcaraz. But as you said, he's not having to play as well because Medvedev is helping him.
Yeah, that's why the score is like this. Against Alcaraz, Alcaraz played bad, but Zverev was 6-1, 6-3, 5-2.
Yeah.
And that was because he was playing very well. So uses all his opportunities to get a big lead. Here is not doing this. If not, he would have been probably already 2 sets to love up.
Zverev dealt very well with that slice.
Yeah, but I feel like Zverev overall is a good front runner, if not when he has to close the match or the set out. But if you has already getting a break as he's serving out up 4-2, he is a player whose confidence matters a lot in when he's a nice slice, a good forehand.
I think whoever Sinner plays, Sinner will be the favourite, right? Not a strong favourite, but like a 55, 60, 40, something like that.
Yeah, I agree. Although I repeat that I still think that still the most pressure should be on the other guy because of both circumstances. Medvedev, if you play your 6th Grand Slam final, you should want to win the second, especially if for the first time you have, great player, Sinner, without a doubt the most informed player of the moment. But still it's not a member of the big 3, so someone who has already won 20 plus Grand Slams. Zverev, getting the chance to win your first Grand Slam title at 26, it will be a big deal. Not that if Sinner, of course a lot of pressure for Sinner as well, given his form, he's beaten Djokovic, all this thing, but still you may think maybe, okay, if he holds up well, he may have this chance other times.
I tipped Zverev to win the title in Australia in 2022. He went out to Shapovalov in the 4th.
You know what I was thinking? Before the tournament, I was like, Yannick here, for me, is like Zverev is in the same place Zverev was in 2022. Because, Zverev in 2022, we were coming from, Djokovic dominance in slams, Medvedev second best player, but Zverev ended the year very, very strongly.
Yep.
And it was more or less a similar situation here between Djokovic, Alcaraz, and Sinner. And Sinner held up. Zverev didn't.
That loss Zverev had against Shapovalov.
Yeah, it was very bad. Very bad.
I don't know where Sasha himself would rank it, but I'm sure it would be quite high up the list of most disappointing results. Because there was you had Rafa there, of course, and you had Daniil as well. But it was there.
You're right, but still, you know, then even if you don't win the Grand Slam tournament, but you have lost in 5 sets to Nadal, you know, it's a different ending.
Yeah. Yeah, but chapeau in the 4th round. Interestingly, when some of the conversation in the last couple of hours was about the pressure, oh dear, that's a terrible forehand from Zverev. When you were talking about the pressure and the expectation, is it better, is it worse because Novak has gone out? I was thinking to myself a lot about a press conference that Sasha gave in New York in 2021, when it was just after the Novak disqualification. And he addressed
in 2020, so
in 2020, 2020, yeah. And he addressed the question that most people were avoiding, which was like, basically, he did say, look, Novak's out, so there is a chance now for the rest of us.
Yeah.
Rafa's not here, Roger's not here. You know, it's me, as in Sasha was saying this, it's team, it's Medvedev, you know, it's Felix, it's Pablo Carreño Busto as well.
I agree with you.
One of us
For
is
me, it would have been different in, for example, Alcaraz's case. But because, you know, Carlos is 20, has won 2 slams already. So, yeah, it's an opportunity, of course. But in my opinion, it's not that the pressure and, you know, it's still there, you know. But for Zverev, for example, yeah, Medvedev is a player against which has always struggled. Sinner is also a great player, great form, but it's still different. It's still different.
Yeah.
You know, we are defining these players, those players, you know, Rafa, Novak, the greatest players of all time. It's not the case here, even if they are super strong players.
Mario, while we have a break in play here, how do you think the Novak Djokovic fan base will react to that loss today? Do you think there'll be some, well, it's tough right now, but it's been an incredible. I'm looking at the more recent run, and I would begin with Wimbledon 2022, when Novak's back was against the wall a little bit, having not played the first slam and then lost to Rafa in Paris. But then he comes out and he wins that. And I would say since then and until now, you know, it's been almost perfect. I mean, I know he lost to Alcaraz at Wimbledon, and he lost
then
to
he won the US Open, so I think that loss could have been forgotten.
But I mean, he had that incredible indoor season in 2022. Okay, he lost to Holger Rune, but it's been basically perfect for since the summer of 2022. It's been perfect for almost 2 years, you know. So
yeah, I would say perfect, because nobody, you know, some losses, you know, are are kind of mandatory, you know.
Yeah, even or United Cup is one of them, you know. Paris Bercy.
United Cup, I think that we cannot even count that, because I don't think that it matters that much, considering Novak's, you know, career status. And well, first of all, I would like to see more of congratulations, Yannick Sinner, something that won't happen. I'm sure of this. Yeah, honestly, I'm telling this without, you know, any. Of course, Novak played bad. It's a bad way to end the tournament, even if it's still, you know, I've reached the semi-final and I lost against, you know. It's rough, in my opinion, losing 3 times out of the last 4 against someone, against a rival like Sinner. Even if, you know, the time you won, it was, you know, the match with 1 trophy. Even if I think that these 2 matches are similar in terms of importance, ATP Finals last act and Grand Slam semi-final can be considered quite similar. Here, you know, Yannick still has one match to play if you
Yeah.
you know, he wants to win the trophy, but you know, still Grand Slam, best of 5, you know, semi-final. It's very, very big and important match. You know, so if he just, you know, having to prove to having beaten Djokovic in an important match, let's say like this, because round robin, yeah, of course, important, but you still have that second chance. For example, Novak still qualified.
Yeah.
Yeah, Davis Cup, it's important for your country.
I think the Davis Cup may be more for Novak than actually his fans, because of course a lot of his fans are from non-Serbian countries. You know?
Yeah, exactly. I feel the same. Then I don't know how people may, you know, but still, I agree with what you say. You know, yeah, it's tough because, of course, you know, it would be bad to overreact. I still think that on hard court there is more, despite being Djokovic, you know, best career surface in terms of statistics, but there's still more competition.
Yeah.
Wimbledon
less competition for sure.
Comparing to clay and grass.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that, of course, you know, I just think that we have to get used to it. Not that Djokovic will not be maybe the favorite going to next slam or not going to win. Of course, I'm not making, you know, the mistake of already, you know, saying, oh my God, the era is over. You know, I don't want to do that, of course. But still, I feel like that when your favorite player is, okay, this match is in. When your favorite player is 36 and has to play someone who is mature, because at 22 you started being mature both mentally and physically, and he is up there. I mean, it was in the air that Sinner was about to reach a Grand Slam final. So I feel like as long as yeah, but still this is bad, honestly.
Yeah.
This is a bad match. Because if I'm being honest, as I said before, for me, as long as Djokovic doesn't break in the fourth or even wins that set, I'm still not sensing the comeback.
Okay.
And this has been the bad thing about the match.
Okay. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean. So, in a way, the performance of Novak is also what contributes to the disappointment.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, first time in his career in a competitive match, that at the Grand Slam he hasn't had a single break point, you know.
19 service games, that is for Sinner, and not many deuces either. I don't remember that many games that went to deuce. Maybe 3, something like that.
Yeah, two in the final set. No, 1 in the final set, actually, only 1.
Okay.
So yeah, maybe 2 or 3. Yeah, not more than.
It was something. It's not many. It might have been 4, but it's in that area. Yeah, he didn't threaten the Yannick serve anyway.
Yeah, and this was the fact, you know. Yeah, you think it's Novak, of course. Yannick can drop his level a little bit, maybe, but still, when you haven't done that for 3 sets, it becomes, you know, a little bit weird. You know, I was still not sensing the comeback after the third set.
We've got some set points now, Mario.
Yeah, on return, actually. Well, this win would be very big for Zverev if it is a win in the end, you know, because okay, beating Alcaraz, getting one big win, but will be the first time he wins back-to-back important matches in slams, you know.
Yeah, that was really good from Daniil, by the way, going back behind Zverev. I thought he was going the other way, and I'm sure Sasha did too.
I don't know if you're behind or ahead.
I'm not sure right now, so I'm waiting for you to react. Watching a rally right now. Forehand of Daniil. Have you seen it?
No. Now, yes.
No, yeah. So I'm about 5 seconds ahead. Daniil.
For the first 2 slams, I have a different platform.
Okay.
Because I use I usually watch this on tennis TV for normal ATP events. Then we have Australian Open and the French Open on Discovery.
Yep.
Wimbledon is on Sky, and US Open is on the Free Public TV.
Okay, Free Public. I wonder why they put that on in Italy on Free Public TV, the US Open.
The channel paid for the rights to.
Okay.
So of course, on the public channel, you see only the chosen match, but they have built a platform which is €4 for the entire slam, which can makes you watch all the courts.
Okay.
Only thing that I don't like, and that on this platform you cannot turn off the comment, which I always.
Oh, really? You can't. Okay, I like that you do that. Actually, I mean, I don't always do it, but I don't mind. The only time I want to hear the commentary really is when there's a discussion with the umpire or there's a medical timeout.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, because they help you to understand better. But I have nothing against the commentators, because someone asked me, why do you do this? Don't you like those who are? No, it's not like that. I like to have this feeling of just listening to the crowd, and some years ago for me it was important because the commentary was also helping me to understand better. But right now, having started watching a lot of matches and also saying my opinion, and I like just to watch and have my own opinion about what happened, even because then I have also Twitter and to see what other people are saying, and make a comparison between my opinion and people and other people's opinion.
Yeah. So we've got some stats here from the second set between Zverev and Medvedev. Just seeing what stands out there for me. Maybe the 44% second serve one. That's not great. No break points at all for Medvedev in that particular set. So those are the two that really stand out for me. And Zverev garnering, I mean, even Zverev 2 from 7, that's okay to win 2 from 7, but it could be worse. You can be getting, 2 from 3.
In the end, Zverev only really wasted 1 break point, because 4 of these break points were in a game when he broke in the end. So, in the end, if you break, it becomes, it's not important that you hadn't convert 4 break points earlier. But Medvedev is serving bad. Sorry, but really bad. You cannot, in my opinion, you can't win a Grand Slam semifinal with 51% of first serving.
I think the pressure dynamic going into the final is interesting, because I think of football terms. I think of when Germany beat Brazil in that semi-final in the World Cup in 2014. And that was a huge thing. Of course, the manner of which they did it, Germany winning 7-1. But that was kind of like all the attention was on that for like days and maybe even years. But then it's like, oh, we've got a final to play still. We've still got the final to play. And
you're right.
I've seen it a lot,
I feel like if Zverev wins, this may even the thing, because Zverev back in a Grand Slam final after US Open 2020, being 26 and being in charge of your first Grand Slam title, there is also a big storyline there, so I don't really know.
The the neutral observer watching will go, there's more pressure on Sasha and Daniil than Yannick. Although that's a neutral observer. That's not Yannick Sinner himself, who'll probably be having a lot of butterflies going into the match.
Yeah, but it's the same thing about Zheng Sabalenka, even if not at this level, because Sinner is not really comparable to Zheng in terms of, you know, where they are at the moment in terms of their own tour tennis landscape. But still, I feel like it's a bit, let's say, stupid to ask ourselves who is feeling more pressure, because it's a Grand Slam final. You know, you are playing a Grand Slam final, regardless of your situation in your career, where you are at the moment. How many matches of this caliber you're going to play in your career? So of course you feel the pressure and you really want to win. It is the most important match of your career, without a doubt. For Zverev, it will be the second most important, the most important equal term. It's still a Grand Slam final, So
the Medvedev and Zverev possibility, obviously right now it's looking more like Sasha, is you don't know. I mean, I think it's with these two players, I wouldn't be sure, but you don't know how many chances they're going to get to win a Grand Slam. Sasha, it will be his first and it might be his last. I don't know. You just don't know. Is Sasha going to make a French Open final? Maybe. Is he going to make a Wimbledon final? I would say probably not.
Yeah, I mean, French Open for me is always among the contenders because he always reached the semifinal in the last 4 editions. So even if he didn't win any of those, going into the 2024, French Open, at least as things stand now, I can perceive him as a top 4 contender, let's say. Given that he usually goes pretty far in this tournament. This year, the loss was rough against Ruud, but this year it was a different Zverev, still coming back. I won't really consider, of course, disappointing for the way it was so lopsided, but in the end, Ruud was a clear favorite in that semifinal and wouldn't be the case in 2024 if this is going to happen.
No.
Medvedev on hard is usually up there. But I feel like for him, among the 3 players left, the most pressure is on Daniil. Because you've been number 1, you've won 1 slam and could have and should have won twice, let's say, at least. It's good. Wow.
Yeah, that is a great lob. The Daniil reaction is amusing, but maybe a little concerning. I mean, he's just like, I'm not going to get that. But I think there's pressure on both of them for very different reasons, Zverev and Medvedev.
Yeah, but if you're for Medvedev, it's more.
Okay. So you think it's more likely that Zverev gets to another Grand Slam final than Daniil Medvedev?
No, I don't. No? I don't think so. But you've been in 5 Grand Slam finals already. And you won only once. You could have told a lot of times, okay, it was against Djokovic. I beat him once, but doing it twice is something maybe too difficult for me. This time it's different. Sinner, great player, great form, beat him the last 3 times they've played, but still it's a chance because it's still a Grand Slam final. Who do you want to play, These are the players that you're going to face in a Grand Slam final. So I feel like, for him, the pressure should be high, even in the tennis environment, because if you're consistently there, in my opinion, it is like that. Then of course, someone can tell me otherwise, and it would be fair, But that is my opinion.
I just think you don't know. I mean, I'm just trying to think of an example in tennis history where I mean, when Berdych was getting to those finals, Kevin Anderson, did we think, okay, they'll have another chance? I mean, there's always this famous speech that players give at the end of the slam. You'll be back again next year and you'll be here again, but you never know. I mean, Mukova, okay, here's an example from the present. You don't know. I mean, I expect it to happen if she's healthy, but you never know.
Of course. That's why I say always that there's always a lot of pressure for everyone in a Grand Slam final, because the age, you're high level, great player, but you don't know, anything can happen, in life, in a career, in everything.
I mean, look at Medvedev's injury.
Without wanting to sound dramatic,
No, but look at what happened to Zverev with the injury.
Imagine Del Potro,
Yeah.
Imagine Del Potro. Who would have ever thought he was in another Grand Slam final in 2018 in the end, but who would have thought back in 2009 after that final that he would have had only another chance to win a slam, another chance only. And indeed it's been like that for all the reasons that we've been known. And back in the day, 2009, he was only 21. So I was not really aware of the situation at that moment, but I feel like people would have been in their mind, oh, this is going to be, at 2-3 slams, maybe he will win, and in the end it hasn't happened, because he never really had a lot of chances to do that, actually.
Good service hold from Medvedev to Love with a nice little volley at the end. And now Zverev puts a backhand into the net. So we have got Love 15 on Sasha's serve, which is about as good as it's getting at the moment for Daniil.
Yeah, right now, every chance Daniil has feels kind of like now or never, because Love 30.
I still think this could be anything. Zverev could win this set 6-1. Or Medvedev could make it 5 sets. I have no idea.
I totally agree. But it is also the beauty of this, the high stage matches with two, big players who can, everyone can beat each other. Anything can happen. It's for sure a good thing, regardless of.
Cahill is in the audience.
Of course. I mean,
there was some press conference.
Even if you don't need to watch. Medvedev and Zverev, but still it's good to watch, because maybe Medvedev today does something different, and you may see it and see.
You're about to see a horror volley.
Can I say what was more horror? The approach.
Okay.
The approach was totally horrific. Here, it was... it was bad. It was bad. I watched the replay, because watching, from the other perspective, I kind of thought like, okay, maybe the ball was high, and no, it was bad.
Actually, the best example probably is Dominic Thiem. I'd forgotten about that one, of course.
Dominic Thiem.
Yeah. After he won that slam.
These chances, his finals, more than chances, because two French Open finals against Nadal. But still, he has been in 4 Grand Slam finals.
Yeah. But when he wins that one in New York, you don't know, but you're probably thinking next year he's got 3 good chances of making a Grand Slam final.
Yeah. That's sure.
It's funny. I can't quite. Ooh. I know Daniil there going along on the return. He'll be disappointed.
Yeah, Daniil is playing bad in the important points.
Yeah. Even in
Exactly.
the first set at 6-5 to Zverev, he could have forced a tie break.
Yeah, but even in the service game, he had you came back.
Yeah.
You were down 2 breaks. You broke him when he was serving for the set. You do all this effort, and then being already broken puts you, of course, in an uncomfortable situation. Imagine Zverev going to serve down 5-6, for example.
Yeah, right. And Zverev has now won 3 points in a row. So he's now got a game point.
Daniil is trying to be aggressive here. A drop shot. Well played, but Zverev. Okay. Funny point.
It was a funny point, wasn't it? There was probably a 4 shots.
Funny even because it was also well played,
Yeah,
The drop shot was good. The drop shot was good.
It was good, yeah.
Zverev, more than this, was difficult to... No,
The
actually,
volley
it was a good shot that Zverev played, because Medvedev had to hit,
He had some work to do.
Yeah. Yeah, so... Yeah, maybe I only didn't understand why Zverev went with the forehand. Yeah, but still, I mean, you've run so much.
Yeah.
Good job here.
I mean, if it goes 4 sets, we are then getting into the territory of fatigue, I think, for both players with the amount of time that they spent on court, and then it might impact them on Sunday. Maybe they will say something in their press conference, or we'll see something. If it goes to a 4th or 5th set, I will have one eye on the match today, but I'll also be thinking a little bit about potential fatigue for Sunday. What do you think? If it goes 5, Medvedev was really struggling against Hurkacz at the end of the 4th set.
Yeah, even if my opinion, it's more a matter of the fatigue in the later stages of the match, I don't know. I don't know, actually.
I think if it's done in straights, for example, for Zverev, it'll probably be
okay. No issues at all.
Yeah, and he did 5 sets against Cam Noy, but I watched that match and he looked fine. He wasn't playing. Yeah, he didn't play very well.
If I have to bet on someone in terms of endurance, and I would bet on Zverev.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Among the top players, he definitely has a lot. Gives me a lot of confidence in this kind of long matches, and also the recovery.
Yeah.
Even more than Daniil. Now he's here checking his insulin. I don't know if its pronunciation it's right.
Maybe insulin. Oh, is that Zverev? You mean
Zverev? Yes.
Yeah, because
we've seen him, with that. Yes.
Yeah. Insulin.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, an English, a word that I've never used in English in my life.
A lot of them though are and a lot of them come from Greek or Latin. So
In Italian it's insulina.
Yeah.
So it's it's the same word.
Yeah. Yep. So really important hold that for Zverev, considering the situation he was in.
Sorry.
A big hold that was for Sasha.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But even because right now, 2 sets down, Medvedev is not that it's going to have that many chances. I mean, he may have some in the next game, literally, but still the feeling is that he needs to unlock 15 here.
Yeah. Probably left too big a gap on that side. He was probably a little bit too far over. So, yeah. It was almost like he was protecting his backhand a little bit, which is unusual because, of course, he's one of the best backhanders in the game, if not the best. But yeah, love 15. So
Good serve.
yeah, 15 all. That flat forehand, the net clearance, it feels as though it's pretty low. Sometimes I see it just go over the net and I'm thinking it's going to hit the net, it's going to hit the net, but it just floats over.
But in my opinion, it's also, it's not really a matter of the net clearance, but the fact that it's flat.
Yes, flat. Yeah,
you know? So your perception watching with the normal camera is always...
yeah, it's deceptive. Yeah. I hit the ball pretty flat. I don't go for big top spin and big net clearance.
Same, actually.
Quick hold.
Yeah, good hold, given that he started, with him losing the point.
15.
So,
So the local time is 10 to 10, so it's not too late.
No.
A little bit of criticism for the organizers this week in terms of, some of the late finishes and also potentially late, but didn't, like the night of the quarterfinals with...
Yeah, Sinner Rublev.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was lucky that Sabalenka got the job done pretty quickly, I think. And
also, for example, that Sinner, in that tiebreak, Sinner won the 6 points in a row and went 2 sets to love up, because if not, even if Sinner wins 3-1, still, it ends pretty late because the match 3 love and they did 130, 140, something like that.
Yeah.
So
that was a really close match, that Rublev match. I mean, if you didn't watch it,
in my opinion, one thing is, in my opinion, 11 p.m. it's okay with best of 3. Best of 3, it's okay if the match starts 11 p.m. As long as it's late, still it can't end at 4 a.m. like Medvedev against Rusubori. I feel like in Grand Slams, it's difficult to organize a night session because it's not ideal to make 7 p.m. and play a women and a men's match. If you play only one, for example, I know that there's a lot of this discourse on the social also. Why is always the men's match? And we all know why, because the worst it can happen is 6 love, 6 love, 6 love, and it's still 1 hour and 25 minutes, 20 minutes of a match. The women's best of 3, it's different, but it's still an issue because it's super difficult to understand this.
I don't think many people probably tuning in are necessarily big football fans, but I think Jurgen Klopp is quitting Liverpool at the end of the season.
Leaving Liverpool? Well, might be. I'm used to, in Italy, coaches change, more quickly, actually. It's rare that we see, but even without, firing them, usually 3-4 years after that, it's difficult. Even most of the other teams. But Premier League, we are seeing right now with Guardiola, Klopp, basically these 2 coaches are really right now... even Arteta actually right now is 4 or 5 years already. I don't know.
Well, that is a surprise.
Yeah, Liverpool is actually doing great this year. I know you're pretty jealous of that.
Yeah, I am. The other thing about it is the other thing about it is that they're not in the Champions League this year, Liverpool. So
Yeah.
I thought they might want to have one more. There might be a big story. I mean, maybe there's a health thing or there's a personal thing going on or something. But anyway, yeah. So Jurgen Klopp is to leave Liverpool. So apologies to those that are not interested in football or soccer, but it just took me by surprise. Yeah.
Yeah, but to be honest, even also Guardiola, I'm not really seeing him so for so many years ahead. Winning Champions League was a big motivation.
Mourinho's gone, by the way, at Roma. I know that was a few weeks ago, but
Yeah.
I met some Roma fans in Monastir. So we're bringing it back to tennis here a little bit. I was in Monastir, and a lot of the people working in Monastir were Italian. I think they were doing the WTA with the video cameras. I don't know which TV company or who they were working for. I think they were contractors working for the WTA. I'm not sure.
Yeah, okay,
But anyway,
okay.
they were all Italian, and 3 or 4 of them were Roma fans, and they were still like thinking that Mourinho was amazing. And I was like, really? Oh yeah, we won the Conference League. I was like, yeah, but don't you have
Let me
bigger
explain.
ambitions? Go on.
Basically, Mourinho was really embodying well how his fans are usually, the average Roma fan, not now to make, to say everyone is is like that, but they are lately because Italian football, they are pretty hungry. Italian football has been open lately, even if growing, because the teams have been quite good even in European leagues, but still everyone has had a chance at least to get into second, third place, Lazio last year, for example. But I don't know why they were thinking that about Mourinho. I was like, when you pay a coach so much, your coach has to bring you to the Champions League here and now. That's my opinion. If not, it's not worthy. If you want to be 7th, 8th in the league, why to pay a coach like that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was saying to them, because they were saying the football is horrible, but they won the. I was like, listen, the football is horrible, but you've got to win.
Please, what is the Conference League? Oh my god! I'm sorry, but Roma was a clear favorite that year.
Yeah.
They had to win the Conference League. If not, it would have been a total disaster.
Yeah. So Zverev here on serve, 30 love.
Yeah.
We all.
Let's be back on tennis.
Yeah. No, it's my fault. I just thought it was interesting, and so I thought I'd share it.
I am quite interested in these things also.
So the pressure, of course, if Zverev holds, will only increase on Daniil as the tightrope. Will get worse with every game that passes, and Zverev is looking comfortable at the moment.
Yes, exactly. That has changed. Zverev was holding in a pretty difficult way at the beginning in the first set, even maybe in the second at times. Right now is, after saving those 2 break points, 2 very very comfortable games.
Is Novak going to play any of the tournaments in the Middle East, or is he going to not play, do you think, until Indian Wells, or what's the plan?
No, I think if he wants to go to Indian Wells, I think. Well, also if he wants, no, I think Indian Wells, yeah, because I think he wants to be there, given that he hasn't been there, since 2019, and so I feel like he wants to play the Sunshine Double. Yeah, probably is going to just skip everything until Indian Wells, in my opinion.
I think that's what I would suggest. I don't think there's anything to prove between now and then. Yeah, play the Sunshine Double and then rest before Monte Carlo.
Yeah, I mean, Sunshine Double. Yeah, then there is not really a rest before Monte Carlo.
No, not much. No, I mean,
it's just 1 week off, you know.
It's 1 week. Okay, just checking. It's 1 week.
Yeah, I mean, for him, for many people, many of his fans are like, why doesn't he skip Monte Carlo, given that he's not really playing well there? And I'm always like that. I mean, for him, Monte Carlo is so comfort as a tournament to play. Even if he loses, he doesn't mind. Even because clay, he always says that for him, clay is different. Even if he doesn't win the first or the second tournament, he needs to play matches on that. On clay.
If we think about the French Open wins from 21 and 23, I mean, it begins with a not good Monte Carlo, but that's where it begins.
Exactly. Usually he finds something good in Rome.
Yeah, but in a way, the French Open wins don't happen, probably or possibly, if he doesn't have those 1 or 2 matches in Monte Carlo and loses.
Yes, exactly. I definitely agree. I definitely agree, because he plays and loses a 3 hours and 20 minutes match against Musetti in Monte Carlo, but it's still, good match play on clay. And given that he's won 40 Masters tournaments, it's not a shame to lose a match on clay,
No, and the other thing with Monte Carlo is I think he's won all the Masters 3 times. Am I right? Except Monte Carlo.
Yeah, right now, yes. Last year it wasn't so, because he needed to win Cincinnati a third time, which he did. Love 30 here.
Yes.
It'd be a big moment.
Yes. Oh, it's either an ace or an unreturnable, but I don't know if Sasha got back on it, but it's important. 15-30.
Yeah, it's not an ace in my opinion.
But you go love 30 down, you've basically got 3 pressure points, because this one's still pressure.
Yeah, for sure.
And he's missed the first serve. I'm going to stay quiet because I know I'm a few seconds ahead of you.
The break has come.
No, but I'm only a few seconds ahead. Like, I'm only 4 or 5 seconds.
Yeah. This forehand, oh my God.
I know. I thought he's going to do well to get a racket on this, but he did more than that. But do you mean the forehand from Daniil or the forehand from Zverev?
I mean, still better this kind of mistake than most of the mistakes he usually does with a forehand.
Yeah. But I thought the forehand from Daniil was pretty good beforehand, because
yes.
I thought he wasn't maybe going to get to it, but he got to it, and it was a really good shot. And there's this forehand from Daniil as well.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, very good. Hey.
Great hold.
Really good hold with basically, 6, 7, 8 really, really good shots. Finishing with that nice volley at the end there. I mean, Medvedev is not super well known for his net play, but I've seen 3 or 4 really lovely touches from him at the net today. So, 4 from love 30 to 4 very quickly as well. I love watching and seeing tennis players.
I'm sensing a break.
Are you? Okay. I love watching and seeing tennis players and their return styles. That's, so many unique and different. I mean, I think of ego and that kind of little tapping of toes like this. You know, the upright and racket like this from Sabalenka. The Federer spinning the racket, you know, and
wow, this forehand, good.
Yeah,
Good acceleration. Actually. Yeah, honestly, I have to admit that I am totally obsessed with Sabalenka. Because I totally disagree with people who put her in the category of the brainless ball basher. When I say brainless, because actually I feel like she has even if she always goes for her shots, I don't want to say that he makes it looks effortless, because it's not like that. When you grant, you doesn't make it look like effortless, but the technique is so good. The movement, both. For example, Ostapenko is another player who hits very powerful, but her shots are not this beautiful to see.
No, it is beautiful with Aryna. Yeah,
I have really.
Aryna has all that talent and power at her disposal. It would be a crime not to wait for you till you see this return.
Wow.
I know. Andre Agassi and Novak Djokovic rolled into one. It would be a crime.
It's classic Daniil. This one, it's classic Daniil.
It is, yeah. It would be a crime if Aryna didn't play the way she did, to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah.
She's got to play that way. It's just, she's got all absolutely. That ability. And it's fun. I enjoy it.
Yeah, me too. Mistake here. Okay. 30-all.
So, game point or break point?
Good serve. You don't know how much I hate this bouncing. 55 times. Oh my God.
I'm going to pause mine for just a few seconds, so I'm a bit closer to you. I think I'll be about the same now. Let's see. So, yeah, he's bouncing the ball 1,000 times again.
Please. Yeah, maybe because my first favorite player on both tours was Sharapova, which only did it twice. 1, 2, and then she was starting serving.
I don't actually. I mean, I'm not necessarily a super fast server or whatever, but actually, I bounce the ball with my racket, but I not very often I do this. I bounce the ball with a racket.
Now I make you laugh. Despite me, double fault.
Yeah, juice.
Despite me, playing good tennis, but I'm not able, and I wasn't able to do it.
With the racket?
No, with the racket, yes. I mean,
oh, you mean with your hand? Yeah, it's tricky.
Closely.
Yeah, it's harder than.
Yeah. A bit like Serena. Serena was another player which made me laugh because at times she was losing the ball.
Oh yeah, when she was bouncing it, and it's a little trickier on clay, for example, and I guess grass as well.
Yeah, grass is the only surface I've never tried.
This is a good rally. Wow, we're still going with this rally. I've closed. Oh, no way! Wow. From both players, but obviously ultimately with Medvedev winning it. Again, he had to be so quick and getting his racket on it and then producing a winner of that magnitude. 20-shot rally, but 20-shot rally, but there was probably 10 really good shots from both players, whether it be the defense or whether it be the winner at the end or ending, of course, with Zverev on the floor, but he's okay. Daniil Medvedev, take a bow. I paused my video, so I think we're more or less at the same point now. So I'm watching the same moment as you.
Someone is Sean has just asked about the Jurgen Klopp news. We were talking about it.
Yeah, we were, Sean. Yeah,
Second serve. Second serve.
Matthew predicting a Zverev crack. Let's see. Yeah, second serve now.
Let's see if I called it right about the break earlier.
Break point. Daniil Medvedev. 4-4, third set. Zverev,
Stop
second
bouncing.
serve. But it's not a great second serve. Now on the forehand of Daniil, goes wide.
Oh, no, this is unacceptable.
Very disappointing.
He just hit. I mean, Zverev is not wrong with hitting that kind of second serve because Daniil is so behind that even if you hit a soft second serve, even if it still was 151, so not as soft as I had imagined. He's not really doing that much with the second serve return, but Daniil cannot miss that.
No.
In this situation,
Deuce, second serve again. Second deuce of the game. And we're going to get the serve now. On the return. Now they're into the rally, exchanging backhands cross court. Zverev does well with the change of direction, but we're still into the rally. The ball is bouncing pretty low from both players. Daniil on the backhand here feels like he can just hit these all day. I think Novak said something like that recently, where you'd put your money on Daniil on the backhand.
Yeah, when they played that game in Turin.
Yeah, exactly. Now Zverev has a chance and he puts it away.
Yeah.
Advantage, Sasha. Yeah, Sean, we did. We already knew. I just came across it by chance on Twitter, and then Blobby Brian, which is a funny name, suggested Bayern ban. I don't think so, Blobby Brian, because I think I don't think Bayern is something that interests him. I have seen actually something about maybe there's an illness or just a health scare is what I saw. So fingers crossed everything's okay. Okay, Sasha Zverev, game point here. Goes down the tee. It's an ace. Big hold that for Sasha. They all feel big at the moment for both players.
One game away, potentially.
Yeah.
Bayern bound. I don't know.
No.
I can never. No, but also I wanted to say, I don't know if I will ever be able to follow a league when for
10 years, I think.
Forever.
It's about 10 or it might be 11 that they've won it. I was in Germany.
Even when Juventus won nine straight times.
9, was it?
It was still feeling different, because still a lot of matches were close. There were some years in when, for example, last year was a good title run in Bundesliga. But I don't know, such
the thing in Germany. I was in Germany last May on the last day of the season, and Bayern were playing in Cologne, and Cologne is like 25 minutes from Bonn, where I live. And so it was a big atmosphere that day because Bayern were going to Cologne, and I think Dortmund were at home to nobody big, somebody lower down the league. But Dortmund, and all Dortmund had to do was win, but Dortmund didn't win. And
I know.
Bayern in the last couple of minutes they scored in Cologne because actually they were also equal. And so at that point Dortmund were going to win the league, but because Bayern scored and Dortmund didn't, Bayern ended up winning the league. And I think it's 10 or 11 in a row. But in English football history, so that's 150 years more or less, no team has won more than 3 in a row. So 3 is the maximum.
Yeah.
And Manchester City are trying to get 4 this year. They're trying to get 4.
Good start of the game here.
For Daniil, yeah.
Who
So
was on the
15
stream for the first semifinal?
Vanch, Damien, and myself.
Okay.
I wasn't on all the time, but I was there more or less. But
Yeah.
But Vanch and Damien were there basically.
Okay.
Yep, they were talking about the Igor and Carlos show as well, because of course, both Igor and Carlos, interesting moments for them at the moment.
Yeah, I'm honestly a bit. No, it has nothing to do with them. I'm talking about in general. Tired about all the things that are saying. I've been saying every day about Alcaraz. I mean, stop it, please.
Yeah, I don't pay any attention. You mean the negative stuff, right?
Yeah, it's like tiring.
I completely ignore, panic takes on Igor or on Carlos or any of these players.
Yes, same. But sometimes I just read them, and so I read and stop it.
Yeah, but what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, I ignore them. But there was something.
I mean,
I know.
It has to be
I
a
know.
trend. If there is a
Yeah,
trend, okay, but
I will say this. I have no idea, and I know that Juan Carlos Ferrero was having an operation, I think, which is why he didn't go to Australia.
yeah.
But I think there have been one or two things that are being said. And so one or two Spanish journalists were telling me in November, when I was in Malaga, that things are not perfect necessarily between in the setup. I don't know what that means. I don't know whether that's between Carlos and Juan Carlos, or whether that's between Juan Carlos's father. Carlos's father and Juan Carlos Ferrero. I'm not saying that there's a big problem there, but there's something was being said to me in November that the relationship is not as good as it was, and this is also the time when Juan Carlos Ferrero was maybe being a little bit critical of Carlos. I'm not predicting anything. They may be together in 5 years from now.
I am always favorable to changes.
Okay.
When, of course, the situation is super different, but when literally out of nowhere, there was the news that Sinner broke with Piatti in 2022. Everyone was kind of, why are you doing this? He just brought you to the top 10. Why don't you keep going? And I was like, yes, it is what it needs. Sometimes you also need some different challenges, thing about Carlos is that, in my opinion, it may sound laughable, but of course it out.
No,
it has to put, of course, into context, into perspective. He's still not as strong mentally. Talking that a lot of times he still let himself, be transported by the momentum, the negative momentum of the match. Indeed, for example, I saw that among the very, very top of the games, he was the one with most 1-6 sets last year. He had 5. For example, Djokovic only 1, Sinner only 2. And that, in my opinion, is, of course, something that has also to do with the mental side of the game, because tennis-wise, you don't get those results. Of course, you don't get those results also if you're not strong mentally, but you know what I mean. There's room for improvement.
Yeah, so I don't know. All I can tell you is this: that a couple of Spanish journalists told me in November that something isn't quite working at the moment, and maybe it will in the future, but right now it's not in that whole setup with the team.
Yeah.
And that's what they said. They could be wrong. They might have misheard something or misunderstood something or not, or trusted, say, a source. And it could be incorrect. But that's what I was told. In addition to that, we're seeing the results obviously are not been quite to that absolute unbelievably high standards that he was setting before. And then there's the Juan Carlos Ferrero absence here, and some of the facts, which are that Juan Carlos Ferrero has been a little critical. Nothing too much, but just saying, some public statements from him have been a little critical of him, and in terms of his concentration and everything else. So we'll see. I mean, maybe they'll be together for many more years, but we'll see. So Zverev has held there 4-6-5.
Medvedev is returning closer in this third set, as we are, watching closer, comparing to to the first two sets, because it's still almost 4 meters behind the baseline. Doesn't seem really working so far. I haven't really seen any real improvement from that point of view. So let's see if he holds comfortably as he did
before. Yeah, he had to hold, of course, before, because otherwise he loses the match, and he's in that situation again at 5-6. So Medvedev to serve, hoping to force a tiebreak, goes down the tee, and it's an ace. 2 hours, 35 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
When I call that ace, is that more or less in at the same time as you're seeing it, or am I behind?
Yes.
Yeah. Just goes long there on the first serve. Good return from Sasha.
What's your take
Did all the hard work.
What's your take on Medvedev's second serve? I feel it's...
Oh, well, there's the biggest issue. Of course, the biggest issue is the double faults. But of course, they are coming. The double faults are not happening because he's anxious or there's a problem.
But in my opinion, not only the double faults.
No, they're coming from because he's not doing enough on the second serve. That's where they're coming from. I mean, listen, I think with Sabalenka and the double faults, wow, lovely drop shot, Daniil. The Sabalenka drop shots were a combination of either anxiety or, as some people suggested, just a technical issue, which is fine.
Yeah, it was mechanical.
Mechanical, exactly. So that's fine. But with Zverev, I think it's a tactical thing because he doesn't trust his second serve. He's not, when he's 3-love up in Dubai in the second round and he's hitting a bunch of double faults, it's not because he's anxious or anything. It's because he's trying to win a tennis match. He's trying to win a tennis match. Lovely hold there, by the way, to love.
Yeah, I was talking about Medvedev,
Yeah, did I say Zverev? I meant Medvedev.
Yeah, Zverev.
Yeah.
Okay, but you meant Medvedev.
Yeah,
okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So I got it.
He's just trying to win a tennis match.
I feel it's also a little bit technical.
Do you?
At times he struggles to use this kick serve and takes the ball bad at times, strikes it to the net because it's not giving, maybe in English it's cutting the ball, that cut you have to do on the second serve. Lovely return here.
Lovely return, yeah.
1-love, 1-0 in the tiebreak is.
Yeah. It's another one of those classic Medvedev returns.
Yeah.
What's your feeling, Medvedev or Zverev for this tiebreak?
Going Medvedev for the
Me
tiebreak.
too, but I should have really said it before the first point.
Yeah, but
That's good play from Sasha.
no,
1-1.
it's 1-0. Who are you going?
Yeah, I'm going
Since it's
Medvedev.
1-0.
I'm going. It's good. I'm going Medvedev. Yeah,
Yeah, same.
but I went for Medvedev before the match, so I guess maybe I've got to. 1-1. Medvedev serving.
Why I'm not feeling okay?
Misses the first serve. Cool, that was close to a double fault. So it must have been very close to the line. They're into the rally now, exchanging backhands cross court. Daniil is going to slice there. That was an interesting decision. Oh, lovely, Daniil, but it's not enough to win the point. Is he going to put it away this time? No. Now there's the volleys from Daniil today.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not had a great day at the office, but the volleys have been fine.
It was an easy one, this one, in my opinion.
Okay.
I mean, easy. Nothing is so easy as we say, but
I liked it.
I feel like for those players who are not that comfortable at the net, the backhand volley is still better than the forehand one.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, in my opinion.
I find just personally, so maybe it's subjective, but I find the backhand volley more difficult.
Because Novak played badly. I was expecting a lot from that semifinal. So, fortunately, Michael, Sinner is Italian. So, for me, there's always something positive.
Good to see some names I'm familiar with, but we don't see them so often. Jamie and Michael, nice to see you on board. Make sure you hit the like button. For anyone else who's not subscribed, do hit subscribe. It's a nice volley there from Sasha Zverev.
Yeah, Jamie is talking about the slam race, but I feel it's still early. We know basically nothing about Rafa.
Yeah, no idea.
So
I mean, basically it's week by week, I would suggest, or month by month.
For me right now it would be a call just based on nothing.
Even the French Open is just let's just. I mean, really, the best we can do is look at February and March.
Yeah,
and even then we're guessing. My guess is that whatever happens, he won't play Miami. But I have no
exactly.
idea.
For me, Sunshine Double is a better moment or the Play Masters.
I think he'll play. This is a guess or an educated guess. I think he'll play Indian Wells. He's planning. At least that's the plan, anyway. But I'm not sure he'll play Miami, Mario. I'm not sure he will. He might play Indian.
Lately, he doesn't do it. He doesn't play there.
Okay, we're into Daniil.
That's bad. Very bad.
Yeah, by his standards in particular. So we're at 3-3. There's been a few mini breaks. I think we might have had as many as 4 mini breaks in this 6 points. Somebody's got their head in their hand.
By the way, Michael, talking about my feelings, I'm in a very actually good period because I'm doing super well at the exams. And so, tennis, feels in. Of course, I enjoy watching, but it's not that what happens in tennis really determines my mood these days. Since there's something more important in which I'm doing super well right now.
Cool.
No, Michael. He doesn't play clay in South America because he's signed for Doha. So he will do Doha and then I think Dubai.
I know he's signed for Doha, but I still want to see it. You know what I mean?
But so if he has chosen between the two, then maybe he won't go in anyway, but still he won't go in South America. That's for sure.
No. So 4-3, Medvedev did win the next point.
Yeah, let's focus.
Yeah. 3-4. Zverev serving. Out wide. Medvedev does well to get the ball back in play, but Zverev feels like he's in charge of this point.
Good.
He's got a smash, but he puts it away. 4-4.
Yeah. I thought for a moment that backhand down the line he played could have gone long. Wait, sorry. Let me close the door. Yeah, because my grandpa have come at home, so
Okay.
it opened the door and the dog. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, of course. So,
4-all.
Zverev, yeah, 4-all here. Goes down the tee, but now they're into the rally. We want a slice now from Daniil. Feels there's been a few more slices from him than normal, but anyway, that might just be a feeling. Now, that's a bit of a short ball there from Sasha. Now, Daniil coming into the net. I think he hesitated slightly, but it doesn't matter because Zverev didn't get the ball over the
Yeah,
net.
basically Daniil is serving for the set.
Yes, he is, because he has a 5-4 advantage with 2 serves.
Even if, of course, it's different because he has to take, all the 2 points. When you serve for the match, usually you can even drop point, nothing happens,
Yeah.
So it's even more pressure.
Yeah, he's missed the first
Second
serve.
serve.
Comfortable return. In fact, it's a good return from Sasha, which gave him a chance, but he puts it into the net, and we've got 2 set points now for Daniil Medvedev. Sasha's father there looking extremely anxious, as you'd imagine.
I am 22.
(6-4) Medvedev.
Yeah, probably the most important set point.
Oh.
Yeah.
And he's gone long, so we're into a fourth. We're into a fourth. And we both said Medvedev, not with any, for me at least, not with any great conviction, but he did.
By the way, I love that on social media, every time you see a player winning, dropping the first 2 sets and then winning the fourth, you see everyone. For me, he's winning in 5. I think he's winning in 5. I think he's winning. It's, everyone does it. Yeah, by the way, Daniil played a good set. A very good set, honestly, despite some, avoidable mistakes. But overall, as we see, 19 winners serving well. The first serve percentage grew a lot. Still, he hasn't had a break point for the second set in a row.
Oh, wow. Okay. So it's a while since he had a break point then, yeah.
Yeah, the last break point was in the 12th game on the first set.
In the first set. Yeah, I remember that game, yeah.
Yeah, Michael, same age. I'm 36 days older than Yannick Sinner.
Oh, wow, okay.
Terry says, not another loss from 2 sets up. I mean, guys, it's early.
Yeah,
wait at least until, maybe, I don't know, Medvedev breaks in the 4th. Then, okay, we can start talking about that.
Yeah.
Well, since I read Coco Gauff's name, what about there?
What's that?
No, nothing. There's not a question about Coco Gauff, but since I read
Same
her
age. Same age as her.
What you take from yesterday's match?
Oh, it's kind of, listen, I expect lots of things in tennis, and most of the time I'm left surprised because I get things wrong. I did think that if Arena played her best tennis, then she wins that match, because I think she has, right now she's playing the better tennis. And even in this tournament, despite Coco getting to the semifinals, I wasn't as convinced by her as I was Arena. I also think she's so consistent now, Coco, and that's a compliment.
Yeah, exactly.
She wasn't consistent. She since Wimbledon, she's been so consistent. and that's good for her. But that's what it is. She's gonna lose semifinals, and she's gonna lose finals maybe. But yeah, that's what you can still hear me, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I just think that that's where she is. I'm just going to make myself a coffee. Yeah. So no panic. I mean, listen, she was within a few centimeters of making it 5-all, I think. So, she gets to 5-all. I think she had a forehand that went just long at 30-15 or maybe 30-all. It's fine margins. No big deal.
But
she's
also,
in a better place than Carlos is right now, and I'm not worrying about Carlos either.
For me also, it's different if she was facing Iga, because also that matchup has been so lopsided, and so maybe losing to Iga would be even more painful, because it was like, okay, another loss to Swiatek.
Yeah.
It's okay. She won the US Open and then semifinal here, and also I really like the way she reacted.
Yeah. She was okay with it. You lose tennis matches; it happens, especially at this level. She'll go into the French Open along with another. Apart from Iga, she'll be in that next group. I think. I can't think of if Mukova's healthy. Arina Sabalenka, of course, but she'll be in that group of players that will be hoping to get to the final at the very least. And that's all you could expect at the French Open, really.
Yeah, and also, I mean, honestly, let's say things, how they stand, and Sabalenka was clearly favorite yesterday.
Yeah.
Because this is, also because this is the Slam. She's playing so well since last year and even this year. I was also expecting some kind of, let's say revenge, but she should have entered the court. Yes, exactly. So honestly, I thought that, this time Arina is clear favorite in my opinion.
The match, in a way, wasn't a million miles away from what happened in New York. That score and that match could have easily happened in New York. It didn't, for a few different reasons. I mean, Coco was amazing, but maybe Arina. I tell you what's really interesting, that both players, both Sabalenka and Goff, said the same thing about Sabalenka. So Sabalenka in her press conference said, I got a little bit passive in New York. And Coco said the same as well. Coco said the same about Arina. Coco said that she thought that Arina was playing a little bit more passively in New York than she did yesterday. Yeah. So I thought that was very interesting.
And also, I liked that Coco recognized that this match has been better quality than the US Open final, which is true. Which is true, in my opinion, despite, Arina missing those volleys in those 3 games. But okay, overall, it was a good match. The second set was a high quality one, in my opinion. And it's good that Coco recognized it, I think, because still, maybe some people can be like protective towards their wins, but I like that attitude.
Yeah. Okay. We've had a steady start to the beginning of this fourth set. Win predictor is at pre-match was 61% for Daniil, and it's down to 28% now. Yeah, that both. I'm not always in agreement with the win predictor, but it felt like a 60-40 for Daniil, and it does feel like a 70-30 right now for Zverev. So that's fair.
Yeah. Also, win predictor is kind of algorithm stuff,
Yeah. A lot of the time.
Oh, I always don't know how to believe.
Yeah. I don't listen to it a lot, but it's just I'm just curious, because actually it's probably what I was thinking before that, and also right now.
Also, I usually look a lot at the pre-match, but during the match, I feel like, why are they saying this now? Why I got a little bit more confused about how the algorithm works,
Matthew, regarding Klopp and Manchester United, that dynamic, it did cross my mind, Matthew, but we have about a million things to do before any of that happens, and it's up to us to fix things. But yeah, of course, that very selfishly, that is something that you think. I'm old enough, Matthew, to remember Kenny Dalglish leaving Liverpool in about 1990, more or less. And Liverpool were dominant at the time, and Dalglish was recognised as one of the best coaches around. And it did have an impact, and Liverpool didn't win the league for another 30 years. Similarly, Manchester United with Ferguson. So, yeah, of course, these things matter. Anyway, a nice comfortable hold. It feels like there's been quite a few of those now for Daniil, and we're at 2-1.
Yeah, just three comfortable holds so far in this set. Nothing really happened in terms of some chances for the players.
Do hit the like button, and if you are watching on YouTube, hit subscribe. Also, let's see if we can find some Twitter handles here. Let Mario's Twitter handle there. Look, follow Mario on X at MarioBox17. I have to try and remember, Mario, various people's Twitter handles so I can tag you when I'm posting a lot of the time. And I do remember yours. Damien's is the easiest because it is his name.
Yeah.
So I always get, because Twitter's a funny thing. Sometimes when you tag people, I might write DAM and it knows that I'm tagging Damien. Okay.
Yes.
But sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it
I know.
doesn't. So I'll put in Mario, and there'll be like a bunch of famous Marios around the world. I don't think Mario Balotelli's on Twitter. I don't think so. But anyway, but I always remember Mario Bock. So that's enough. And then of course you.
Yeah. But because I don't know, I had a lot of struggles in
in creating the name.
Yeah, because sometimes it tells you that it's not available.
Of course. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. One of the trickier ones is Jack. I don't get his, doesn't appear very quickly.
Right.
Sometimes I put Jack in, then I go, oh no, it's on the line podcast, and then it's on the line tennis podcast. Anyway, so often I have to go and look for his. Anyway, first world problems. Michael is asking, can you cook, Mario? It's an interesting question for Michael. Bit left field.
Yes, actually. I'm not a magician, but I can do things. So yeah.
How do you take your coffee, Mario? Like what's your classic?
I usually have normal coffee, no sugar for me.
But like espresso, cappuccino.
I'm leaning more towards espresso, but I also have to say that I liked when I took coffee outside of Italy, and it was the big glass,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I didn't dislike it, as some Italian people joke, but no, for me it's fine. I have to say also that abroad I have also eaten one of the best pizzas I've ever eaten.
Where was it?
In Prague. Yeah, in Prague it was. Yeah, but I'm not the classic Italian person who is like, I don't know, our Italian, our kitchen, our food is I like to try various things, but I have to tell you that here in Italy I don't like the long coffee.
Okay.
Because I don't know, they do it in a different way. I don't know.
Do you know this? Do you know this TV? There's a TV personality in the UK called Gino D'Acampo. Gino D'Acampo. He's very popular in the UK, but I don't know if you're familiar with him in Italy.
No.
Yeah.
I don't know him.
He's really well known because he's on TV all the time in the UK. But I wasn't sure if if he wasn't known in Italy. But maybe it's funny. He's Italian, but I guess he's lived in the UK for a long time now. And yeah, he's a big personality. I'm going to show him on the screen right now. There you go.
Yeah, but no, I don't know. Yesterday, I laughed about King Wen saying, I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago, King Wen saying about Rod Laver in the on-court interview. She said, "I know the guy."
Yeah, she's funny.
Yeah. She's funny.
Okay, we've got a little moment here on the Medvedev
Yeah,
serve.
30-second serve.
Yeah.
I don't know what to
very
think.
well. That was well played from Daniil Medvedev. That's my initial
Yeah,
reaction.
that's for sure. Yeah. Because this forehand was good. Okay, still under pressure, 30-all.
Yeah.
Big serve. Good job.
There you go with the volley again. $40-30.
And 3-2. Good job here from 15-30.
My last coffee. I need to buy some more.
3 hours.
Yep, 3 hours on the clock.
Yeah, I agree with, of course, the mental fortitude, but I think that usually the technical aspects are a little bit underrated in people's mind, you know? Yeah, of course it's mental. You have to stay there to play well in big points. That's for sure. But you have to, to execute well the game and to.
I would say most matches on the tour are won by the better player. It's not or the player that plays better on the day, and it's just technical. And yeah, that we can think of some obvious examples. I'm thinking Ons Jabeur Wimbledon final. I'm thinking Novak Djokovic US Open final of 2021.
No, sorry. The mental
yeah, just where one player didn't play close to what they should and could play. For me, Novak for 2 sets. I don't think he played. I think the occasion, the Grand Slam, the calendar slam.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I remember there's this point with Novak like punching his leg in the second set, trying to get his legs.
No, that's for sure. Yeah, these are cases, of course, but it's no secret that the mental aspect in tennis is super important.
Of course it is. But if you can be just like playing the absolute maximum, and you can be calm and cool and collected and not suffering from nerves at all. But if you're not as good as your opponent, you're probably going to lose. Federer could be nervous, and the number 150 in the world could not be, but Federer's still winning because.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But I think that even in these kind of matches like Medvedev and Zverev, yes, for sure it's mental. But we can't only talk of that side,
It's a part, but it's not everything yet.
Yeah, for sure. For people, it's the most interesting one because maybe most of the people of the fans don't really care about this, more technical aspects.
Okay, 15 all here. Was love 15, Zverev. It's a nice slice.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. And it made Medvedev's task very difficult, and he wasn't able to execute. So 30-15 here on the Sasha serve.
You know why? As the set progresses, I'm probably leaning to Zverev winning this set.
Oh, are you? Okay. We talked about their 5-set records, or you and Jack talked about their 5-set records, right? A couple of hours ago.
No, in the end, we didn't check that. We checked
Zverev.
Zverev against the top 10 players at slams after winning the first set.
Okay. So that went long there from Sasha, I think. At least
No,
the
no, no,
way
no.
down.
It's in.
It's in.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
okay.
The umpire showed this.
I thought Medvedev let it go. I thought he. Let's watch this again. I mean, I know it's a really difficult thing for him to do, but I thought he let.
He
Yeah, he
wouldn't
let it
have.
go. He let it go. He
Yeah,
could have easily hit that. I mean, I think he may well lose the point, but he made a mistake there, Medvedev.
Yeah, for sure. At least you hit, then you
Yeah.
missed it. Okay,
Yeah.
but
I mean, I think the ideal shot to try would have been a swing volley on the backhand passing shot. Would have been really difficult to execute, but
good hold, 3 games sold. Now the matches has become quite fast.
yes,
At the
there's a
beginning,
lot.
it was really slow in his, in his proceeding.
Those 6 games have been quick.
Now it's quite quick. The player are serving better, and also, we are watching rallies, but not at that point. Probably also, the physical part plays also a role. Oh, that's a bad mistake. Indeed, he gets a little bit nervous.
Yeah, 15 love. $30 love now for Daniil. And again, following this pattern of potentially swift holds.
For a love, this can be another quick game.
Although Sasha, it's a winner. Okay. Sorry, no, it was out. Yeah, of course, Medvedev is serving. Oh, I'm getting tired. 40 love.
Yeah, 4-3.
Yep, comfortable hold again. Did we have any break points this set?
No.
Don't think so. And yeah,
No.
Medvedev, of course, though, hasn't broken since the end of towards the end of the first set.
Yeah, and he hasn't had break points also.
Just having a look at the break point situation. So in the match, according to TNNS, anyway, it's Medvedev is 5 from 10.
Breakpoint saved.
Oh yeah, they go saved, yeah, which I find very confusing. I don't know why they do that. That's just so confusing. So actually, Zverev is 5 from 10. Let's see what they say here on Google. They don't tell me. Oh yeah, they do. They do 5 from 10. Yeah, and Medvedev is 2 from 8.
Yeah, by the way, it was wrong, the stat the Australian Open showed, because No, or maybe I'm wrong. It's Medvedev who had 3 break points. No, it's been Zverev.
When?
Third set.
Okay.
Yeah, by the way.
Anyway, either way, it's 3-4 here. Zverev serving. So, of course, Medvedev has that slight advantage potentially of serving first in this set. He was obviously the other way around in the previous set when he was constantly sort of under pressure on serve.
That's bad.
From Sasha, yeah. Yeah, he was in charge of the point there, but he
Yes, exactly.
gave it up. And now it's love 15.
Even if, before this were not admissible, here right now, from this point onwards of the match, an ace.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, Medvedev is hitting harder in the fourth set compared to the third.
Mm-hmm.
It's normal, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You should want to close the points a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
As the match goes on. 15:30 here.
Mm-hmm.
There was one 15:30 for Zverev before.
Okay.
Now it's Daniil who has this half of opportunity. Well played.
Yeah, well done, Sasha. 30 all. So make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new. Keep an eye out as well for a video this afternoon where I chat to Steve Flink, previewing the men's final, which we will know by then.
Zverev did the serve and volley 10 times.
In the match?
Today, yeah. I mean, it's not that high as a number, but Zverev is not really, serve and volleyer, so it's...
Yeah, it's notable. Okay, he's on the forehand here, but we're still in 30 all, so it's a bit of jeopardy for the German. It's a nice backhand from Daniil, and Daniil comes into the net. Wow, Daniil Medvedev.
Wow, that's
what a volley good on the stretch.
Yeah, that's super good.
I'm just starting to think now about that Australian Open final against Rafa, where so many times he could have come into the net, but he didn't.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where, a player, let's say, improves, grows, throughout the years. And of course, Daniil understood that at times he needs also to do something more,
Agree. And he's certainly doing in this match. Daniil.
Yeah. Still a first serve at 2,000 kilometers per hour, but the feeling from our camera was that it was makeable.
2,000 kilometers an hour, Mary, did you say?
Yeah, these are showing
200.
200. Sorry, man. sorry.
That would break every world record going.
No. Sorry, I am
2,000. I think that's like
I'm just hungry.
Okay, juice. Okay, block return. I think Medvedev could have chosen to attack that one, but oh! Has that landed in?
Yeah,
I think it has.
Yeah.
I mean, he tried.
But even if I think that Zverev Hit, maybe.
I think. Oh, did he touch the racket? I mean, he's
I
trying
don't
to
know.
get his racket on it. Let's have a look. He's
No,
trying
no,
to get his
no, no, no,
racket
no,
on
no,
it.
no.
No, he didn't. But he just couldn't get his racket on it. Just too high. So now we have we have a break point here for another break point. Yeah, for Medvedev. Now, first or second serve, that may well dictate this point.
First.
Yeah. Ah, Daniil.
Well, in my opinion, here it's more the good serve.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Before it was more the return. It
Mhm.
it was super makeable. Here, yeah, the serve was good in my opinion. More credit to Zverev, I think.
Okay, now Zverev coming into the net again. And that passing shot has just gone wide, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I can understand his frustration. He played well at this point.
Yeah, it was tricky.
Because the return was good. Zverev hit quite an uncomfortable volley.
Yep, I thought that was going to go long the volley.
And then it's been a little bit unlucky with his angle, you know.
Yeah.
So it's game point.
Indeed. And Sasha Zverev holds after another good first serve down the tee.
Yeah, by the way, it's the first time since US Open 2022 that it doesn't happen that either one of the semifinal is in straight sets.
Okay.
Last year, in all the slams, we had at least one straight set semifinal.
Hello, Snehil. That name rings a bell. Anyway, they're calling me Silky Boy. Snehil, do hit the like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. Indeed, Blobby Brian. Nice volleys. Very much so. I agree.
Let's see what happens here. Right now, every game feels like, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Fatal or
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Daniil playing with a bit of margin here. Now he's coming into the net again. And of course, this time he does put a volley wide into the tram line. I was just thinking after all the... Go on.
This, you could perceive the mistake since the beginning.
Yeah, just after all that praise I was giving him on the volley, as that volley approached, I thought, he's going to miss this one.
Because here there was no reason to hit with this, this kind of drop effect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the sort of backspin that you get on the volley.
Yeah, you only should have, come forward even more and just put a volley,
Ooh, Daniil.
Yeah.
Got that backhand all wrong. Yeah. Oh, that was close, but not in. So second serve, love 30, 4-all. Daniil on the forehand. Now they're at neutral, but in fact, if anything, maybe Zverev is just... he's gone long there, so it's 15-30. But still, the pressure remains on Medvedev. 3 hours, 17 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, we are 6 minutes away from tying the duration of the other semifinal.
Who are we? And it's an ace, 30-all. Well, glad that you're joining us here, Snehil. That's wonderful. I hope you've subscribed already, but if you haven't, do click that subscribe button. 30-all, second serve for Sasha here to look at. Good defense from Sasha, but in the end, Daniil wins the point, 40-30. So 3 points in a row for the Russian, and now he has a game point.
Yeah, so tense. I'm perceiving the tension,
Mhm. When Arina Sabalenka was serving out the Australian Open a year ago, I was feeling very tense for her. Nice one, Daniil Medvedev, from a very sticky situation at love 30. 4 points in a row. That backhand down the line did the job. And it's 5-4. So over to you, Sasha. Michael here showing that he wants to show support for Daniil.
Vabbè.
Non devi staccare 10 minuti.
Ok.
È pronto il risotto, un attimo.
Tutto ben.
Can I go 10 minutes?
Of course you can, Mario. See you in 10 minutes. Take care.
Okay.
Ciao. So, Mario will take a quick break. And we're just looking at a replay there of Daniil Medvedev. That lob, if you like, over Zverev. Zverev here at 4-5, so the pressure is on the German right now to hold. Players returning to court here. "33 minutes this set. It feels as though it's not been the most physical of matches, but just purely in terms of time on court, if this goes to a fifth set, it may well play a part for either player on Sunday." I do hope you've subscribed, Snehal. I'll be very disappointed if you haven't. Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Backhand return from Daniil is pretty good. Is he in charge of the point? Not necessarily. They're exchanging forehands at the moment. Backhand of Sasha. Now backhand to backhand. Forehand Medvedev. Pretty solid at the moment, Daniil. Although I said that at the wrong time because he puts a backhand long and we're at 15 love. Just reading your comments now. Okay. Let's clip the net, I think. So it's going to be another first serve for Zverev. Yeah, I think Sinner's Medvedev could be fun. And I think we've seen lots of those matches before that have been fun. I mean, I think of the last 3 times they played. I mean, was Zverev put that wide? If he did, no, he didn't. He landed in 30 love, but it was close. Their last 3 matches were all fun. The Miami final, maybe not. Rotterdam in moments. I probably mentioned the last 5 matches they've played. I think they played 5 times in 2023 with Daniil winning 2 and Yannick winning 3. Of course, the head-to-head was 6-0 at one point. It's now 6-3 after Yannick won the last 3. But yeah, the last 3 in particular were fun, from Beijing through Vienna and on to the ATP Tour finals. I think all 3 were good matches. But a lot will, of course, depend on what condition Daniil turns up in. 40 love here for Sasha. Nice change of direction there from Daniil. And it's Sasha who puts the ball into the net, so it's 40-15. Well, it worked on 6 occasions, Snehal, but you're right. The dynamic has certainly changed And Sinner is a better player now than he was a year ago. So 40-15 on the Zverev serve. 40-30 and things could get interesting. Don't forget, of course, the crucial break for Jannik Sinner in the fourth set today came with Djokovic leading 40-love. Okay, Zverev, where are you serving? To the forehand of Medvedev. Medvedev a bit too cautious on the return there and pays the price, with Zverev ultimately winning the point and holding serve to 15. 5 games all. And therefore, over to you, Medvedev. Yeah, definitely Snehil. Am I saying your name right? Is it Snehil? 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 Snehil feels right. Hopefully I'm saying it right. Does this have 5 sets? Does it have a 5-set vibe for you? Let me know in the live chat what you think. Also, by the way, you can become a member. If you click the join button just below, from as little as $2, £2, or €2 a month, you can support the channel, get bonuses and perks such as live chat emojis and access to exclusive footage for members only. And we have been accredited for Indian Wells and Dallas, the upcoming tournaments in February and March. So will be lots of bonus material for members only. And I'm saying it right. That's good. And Terry is suggesting a 5-setter here. Of course, we were accredited a lot of tournaments last year, so we'll be bringing you lots of up-close action across the ATP and WTA tours. So I would suggest you can join and become a member, just like Terry, just like Sean, just like Ghosty, just like Jane, and many, many more. That's a nice backhand down the line there from Zverev to get to 30-15. Snehil's not a fan of an idea of another Medvedev-Sinner final. Okay, I say another final because, of course, I think there was 4 finals last year. I could be wrong, but they definitely played at least 5 times last year. Rotterdam, Medvedev winning. Miami final, Medvedev winning. So it's 2 finals. Rotterdam final, Miami final. Beijing final, Sinner wins. Vienna semi-final, was it actually Vienna? Maybe it was semi-final in Vienna. Yeah, I think it was. Anyway, Medvedev holds 6-5. And we will take a short break. Thanks for tuning into this watch along. While there's a break in play, here's a reminder to hit the like button, subscribe, and click that notification bell. Your support helps to keep the channel going. While we're here, you can now become a member to enjoy perks, including badges for the live chat, but also bonus material, such as interviews with top players from both ATP and WTA tours. The membership link is pinned in the live chat. You can also follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. So whether it be serves or volleys, forehands or backhands, serve bots or drop shots, we've got you covered, whether that be via our website, talking-tennis.com, where you can read features and interviews from our top writers. Or if you prefer us in audio form, you can subscribe to our podcast on Apple, Amazon, or Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts from. Remember, we offer you wall-to-wall coverage via our regular watch-alongs, magazine shows such as Nick's WTA Weekly or Damien and Mario's ATP version. Plus, we deliver top content from people on the ground, actually at the tournaments, so you get even nearer to the action. So, what are you waiting for? Hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Indeed, hit that subscribe button, people. They played 7 times? No, they didn't. It was 5, Terry. I just checked. At least that's what I understand you're saying. So in 2023, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. 4 finals. Oh, it was a final in Vienna. I thought it was a semi-final for some reason. So yeah, Rotterdam, Miami, Beijing, and Vienna finals, and then the ATP Tour finals, semi-final. Anyway, head-to-heads, hey? So Zverev serving here at 5-6 to stay in this 5th set, or 4th set, sorry. But he's made a good start, 15 love. What's going on here? A little discussion between the umpire and Medvedev.
Wie gesagt, die hat ja schon mal zum Einsatz geschickt. Zuerst bevor das US Open Finale leitete. Ich konnte es nicht verstehen. Ne? Ich glaube es nicht. Das ist schon längst vorbei. Ja, und wenn es diesen Close Call gibt, übrigens, wenn das System stoppt, dann bleibt es bei der Entscheidung. Aber das gab es ja noch nicht einmal, weil das ist ja alles auf
What's happening?
Ich glaube, er besteht drauf. Also wenn das hier alles auf Elektronik beruht, es kommt ja dann Ausruf, dann wird ja das System...
Oh, there seems to have been a technical issue.
Ach nee, der war doch aus. Ja, ja. So, und jetzt gehen wir...
Oh, he's doing a show here. Sasha's accusing Medvedev of doing a show.
Das ist alles nur, um mich hier aus dem Rücken...
Anyway, Zverev to serve, 15 love. Medvedev. Is there a funnier player on tour? I'd say no. Good first serve there from Sasha, and he puts the volley away under pressure as well. Tricky volley that. I always think under pressure that's the trickiest shot in tennis, as I say. Okay, 30 love here. So it sort of has tiebreak vibes. Goes wide on the first serve. So second serve here for Medvedev to look at. Okay, where are you going with this one? You are going to the forehand of Medvedev, and it's a loose forehand return on the second serve there. Medvedev remonstrating with himself. So it's 40 love, Alexander Zverev. One more point for the German, and we go into a 4th set tiebreak. Zverev to serve. Down the tee, an ace. And we are indeed into a 4th set tiebreak. Let's see how this goes. Over 3.5 hours on the clock. Right now, Sasha Zverev is a mere 7 points from victory. Easy, right? Medvedev down the tee. Decent return from Sasha in the circumstances because it was a good serve, but it's not enough to win the point. And Medvedev wins the point on his serve. Remember that last tiebreak they had? There was quite a few mini breaks of serve. And until at 4-all, Medvedev put the afterburners on and won 7-4. He got that mini break advantage for 5-4 and then held his serve twice to win the tiebreak.
Hi.
Hey, Mario.
Back.
Good timing for the tiebreak.
Yeah, I had to solve an issue.
No problem. Okay.
Yeah, I always, the issue that with tennis, I actually don't know how to say others when I'm available to do something, when I finish.
course. And people don't always understand, but fortunately, you're back for the tiebreak.
Yeah, so that nothing really happened.
Not really. Some pretty comfortable holds. I think it was like 5-all when you left, so. Okay, second serve here for Medvedev to look at 1-all. Okay, backhand return. It's a short ball there from Daniil, and he's paying the price, is he? Yes, he is. So, over to you, Daniil. 1-2. Medvedev to serve. It's a good first serve. And he puts away the volley.
Yeah, this time was easy.
It was an easy volley, that one, yeah. 2-2. Oh. Yeah. First serve into the net. Oh, lovely backhand winner on the rise there from Medvedev.
Right. Great, great.
Nice slow-mo of Medvedev hitting the backhand there. So Zverev serving at 2-3. I think all the points have been held on serve so far. And this one will be 2, but I was a bit worried for Sasha there that he was going to put that volley out, but he didn't. Real.
Yeah, so the changeover is a 3-all.
What's your thinking? 4 sets, Sasha, or are we going to a 5th set?
Yeah, I'm sticking with my idea of Zverev winning this set.
Okay. I'm going to go Medvedev. So we have 5.
Even if, at this point, for me, it's become really, really difficult to
predict.
Even if Medvedev wins this tiebreak, yeah, of course, given that he's coming back, he will be the favorite in the 5th. But I still don't know if I would see, a blowout or something like that.
Right. Yeah, because he's not making much of an impression on Sasha's serve. I mean, as you said, he's not.
Yeah, he's giving really, that kind of super, super competitive match. Even if there's some momentum, but still it's, to player who is more or less equal in this match today.
His reading on the Zverev serve, at least for that last point, was not great. He went the wrong way, and it was a good serve from Sasha, but it was close enough. And he got his racket on it, but he could have done a lot more if he hadn't sort of just put his body weight the wrong way on that serve because he thought it was going the other way. Anyway, 4-3. So we still had all 7 points.
Yeah, talking about predictability, for sure, Zverev has more angles on serve than Medvedev, in my opinion. Medvedev can, of course, serve great, but for example, here, but you get, in my opinion, a clear idea about where he's going to try.
Okay. Went down the tee on that occasion, but it's gone long. So 4 all 8 points on serve so far. Oh, of course. Of course, we were due a double fault.
Oh, double fault.
Yeah. Bad timing. It's been a while, to be fair. Not
Yeah,
since the
since
first
those
set.
5 double faults, yeah, in the first set, you know.
So, Zverev's 2 holds away.
And this is clearly tension this time.
Oh, yes. Let's see what kind of reaction to the tension we're going to get from Sasha. Zverev to serve. Down the tee, forehand return. We're into the rally, which is not bad off the first serve as far as Daniil Medvedev is concerned. They're exchanging backhands. It's Medvedev just turning up the pressure a little bit. He's in charge of the point. He's in charge of the point. He puts it away, and we're back on serve at 5 all. Gradually cranking up the pressure with 2 shots there.
Still would important, of course, right now for Zverev to take this point, because still would be, you know, match point, and so
yeah, right, yeah,
there will be a lot of pressure on Daniil.
So match point or set point? What are we having next? Let's see. Do hit the like button, and please click subscribe if you haven't already hit that button. So Sasha to serve, 5 points all. Are you going T or are you going wide? You are going wide. A block return from Daniil has to be one of the weirdest returns of serve all day. And he's lucky there. Did that clip the net or not? Did that clip the net? It had a weird trajectory, but it might just have been Daniil's return. It was an unorthodox, even by Daniil's return, that block return. Let's see, what does he do? Does it clip the net or not? On the return, I mean. I don't know. I still don't get a good idea on that. Maybe someone in the live chat can let me know. And is that an ace from Medvedev? It is an ace. And from 5-4 down and staring down the barrel, prompting Snehill to say that's the end, we are going into a 5th set, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, 3rd time out of 6 matches for both of them.
3rd time. Have they played? Is this the 6th meeting at a slam?
No. The first.
Oh, in this tournament.
I'm talking about the tournament.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Blobby Bryan, indeed. 5th set. Is that the return? No, that's a volley. I'd like to see that return to see if it took a funny bounce, so I wasn't sure if it touched the net.
Okay, so a final set.
Yeah, we know that now. Who's... I mean, I know you sort of said, look, we can't, just because Daniil's coming from this position, we can't say that that's it and it's going to be an easy 5th set. But I do feel as though Daniil's the favorite right now.
Yeah. Right now, yes.
Let's have a look at some of these 4th set stats. First serve points 1, pretty good from Daniil in that set. In fact, just generally a much better serving set from him.
Yeah, let's say similar numbers, you know, but indeed, you know, no breaks. So more or less, you know, 90, 81, 71, 67. Consider that, 81 for Zverev, but Zverev puts more first serves in. So,
true.
So more or
less.
less.
A pretty serve-dominated set, and the tiebreak was serve-dominated until 4 all. And it was Zverev who got the first mini break, but then Daniil won the next 3 points in a row, 2 of which were on Zverev's serve, including that return I told you about. But still, we're not getting close to a Daniil break at the moment. He didn't get any break points again. That's 3 sets in a row now without a break point for Daniil. Sasha having 2 break points. I think they came in the same game as well. I think he might... Did he have 15-40? Anyway, 2 break points, but he wasn't able to take either of them. And into a fifth set we go. Of course, you might talk about them both playing 3 of their 6 matches, 5 sets. But the thing for Daniil, of course, is his 5-setter came in the previous round, whereas Sasha did the last round in 4.
We have Damien.
Oh, good. I did say to Dame he could join for the 5th set. I'll do this, and then I'll do this. And there he is. Damien.
Yeah. I was
We
thinking
got
if to join. I was thinking if to join, but well, I guess I can. It's not like I'm gonna be able to do anything in the next 45 minutes anyway, I guess, since it's not that much time anyway.
It's just one set. You can survive.
How is Nick Kyrgios on commentary?
He's okay. I mean, he hasn't said anything interesting, really, of note, but he's been fine. Like, if you threw in any other random person to speak, it would be the same. So, like, if Mario was there, if you were there, if I was there, we'd literally be saying very similar things. You know, he really hasn't said anything that would, like, sort of use that experience that he has playing against these guys, or I don't know. But of course, perhaps he did it earlier, right? Because perhaps he got it like in the sets 1 or 2, which I wasn't following yet. But it was my first time actually hearing Nick Kyrgios commentary, so I can reply now to a couple of people who asked me about my opinion on that earlier, and I just said, I don't know, I haven't heard him. But yeah, I mean, I'm afraid that we're killing the final in the process as well.
Yeah, because
like for either of these guys. Yeah, for either of these guys to win the final now, it will be like a Herculean effort.
I think I fear more for Medvedev if he gets to the final physically.
Oh, definitely. Medvedev is going to be toast like in set 2. And what he's playing today, I don't know if it's going to work for enough for him sort of against Sinner. Whereas Zverev, I don't know, but he still hasn't been like proper tired in this match. It doesn't mean that he wouldn't be on Sunday, but he hasn't been today.
No, he's okay today.
Medvedev obviously had moments where like he was barely standing literally, but well, he managed to save himself. And then it's actually fine to see, that he has that sort of extra layer in his game, because that's something he hasn't really tapped into many times in his career.
I mean, he did a bit against Hurkacz now. I mean, he was struggling into the 4th set there, wasn't he? And then he managed to tap into something for the 5th.
Yeah, but he didn't really do that in this way, He wasn't throwing everything out there and just being very aggressive. It wasn't like that. I mean, he didn't really adjust his strategy in any way against Hurkacz. Just sort of survived the tough moments, but he didn't really make any changes. Whereas here, I mean, he just comes out into the 3rd set as a very different player. One could argue he's been better since,
Yeah.
And of course, that return that he had at 5-0, that would be a bit of a legendary point. But well, I guess you might argue that Zverev shouldn't be in this position to begin with. So
yeah, I agree.
But yeah, we all know who's going to get more tight when it comes to the crunch. The 5-4 point was still a good example of that. Does Alcaraz have the record for having the longest court time and going on to win a major? You're talking about the US Open. Is that the record?
What the time spent on court, you mean?
Yeah.
No. Yes, but I don't remember how much it was. So
we can just check.
Yeah, it was I think 22 hours and something, but
something over 20. Yeah, something over 20.
I think it is the record. I think it's the record.
I think so. I don't know if he beat Federer 2017 Australia or not, but that sounds maybe realistic, but maybe it was something else. Alcaraz spent the longest time on court in major history, 23 hours and 39 minutes.
Okay.
That's a day. He may have done that,
Yeah,
but could
basically.
he do a stream on talking tennis for 14 hours? No, that's a real test of stamina.
Are they gonna tell me here how? Are they gonna tell me here what was the previous record? Is the question though, and I don't see it.
Yeah, by the way, sounds familiar, this Stefan Edberg 1991. So probably he is right.
Yeah, 11 minutes shy. I don't know that's Edberg 1992. That's like
Okay.
second longest match in US Open history. But
Yeah.
no, but maybe that doesn't mean that this is not true though. That's just what the US Open sort of by the numbers piece told me. Yeah, Stefan Edberg indeed. Where is that?
No, you won't have a prediction from me on this set. I really feel like, I don't know. I really feel like anything can really happen at this point. Because you may think that Medvedev should be kind of the favorite because he's coming back, but at the same point, I don't know. I'm not seeing any particular reason for me to give a clear prediction of what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's so hard to find the actual data, but it seems like it might be the Edberg one. For some reason, no one mentions what was the longest before then. But yeah, Alcaraz spent 23 hours and 29 minutes. 39 minutes or 40 minutes, some say even. Yeah, I'm also not going to be predicting anything. It's just coin toss at this point. So one thing that we can definitely say is that Zverev is more likely to like break down mentally. Medvedev is more likely to break down physically.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm not ready. And interestingly, not in a title campaign. However, the most ever played by a competitor in a Grand Slam event was Kevin Anderson in 2018 at Wimbledon.
Oh, yeah,
That's
obviously.
interesting. But of course, he didn't win the title. But I guess the Isner match was 6 hours, but otherwise, he had a 5-setter with Federer, but that wasn't that long.
Yeah, but still, he did if you do the average. But
Must
but
have
still,
had some other. No, but the final was super short.
yeah, the final was short.
Well, I guess, yeah, the one against Federer was 13-11 as well. So it's a bit surprising to me, actually. But yeah, apparently Kevin Anderson was like the second in terms of any competitor, not necessarily having to win the title.
The winner.
But yeah, Alcaraz has the record for sure, which Zverev could be eyeing here. Like Zverev could legitimately beat that, which I don't know if it's a record you want to really have. I mean, if you win the title, yes. If you don't, you're probably like,
yes, exactly.
Why did I waste this much time?
Watch this match. Ah, okay.
after the match. Yeah, that's fair. Mario is Italian, Alex. You're not wrong there. I am from Poland.
Yeah. Italian.
Guess we haven't had any breaks in a long time, right? Guess we haven't had any breaks in a long time, I'm saying.
No, actually, yeah, you're right. Third and fourth set, no breaks. Yeah, so since the second set.
And I guess Zverev broke for the second
Yeah,
set
Zverev
as
broke
well.
for the set. Yeah.
So it's been like 27 consecutive holds by now by the two
For
players.
him, I also think that it was the last time he had a break point, if I'm not wrong.
Definitely didn't have one in the third set, and I suppose neither in the fourth.
No, in the fourth, I'm sure that he didn't.
Yeah, so in the third he didn't either, for sure. It was only Medvedev who had breakpoints in the third. So yeah, it's been a while for these two fellas. Medvedev really shortening the points to the extent that really is allowing him to keep competing despite being spent. And actually, it allowed him to revive sort of his
Yes,
legs
exactly.
for a while. Yeah. His energy isn't, of course, fully back, but he is competing much better than he could have been at this stage, like 2 hours, if it was 2 hours ago. And of course, now we're back to some grueling rallies because of it. But it's Medvedev taking more initiative,
exactly.
stepping into the back and down the line. It's just 15, though. It's not 51 shots like in the first set. But
Yeah.
at least, but it's still taxing, at this stage of the
Yeah,
for
for
sure.
sure. Probably even more. Yeah, that's good. Good shot. But yeah, again, at the beginning, it was Zverev who was, trying first to, get down the line. Now it's Daniil.
No, first set maybe not, but like the second set and the beginning of the third, he was really attacking the net. It's probably because of the lesser intensity of Medvedev, because well, it's not like this has always been a thing he could do in this matchup and just sort of win matches this way. Never really. I mean, perhaps some of that was his execution, but at the same time, I don't think it was that easy, for him ever to attack Medvedev
Exactly.
and close down points at the net. Like it's not really a thing that came natural to him in this matchup. In the first set, especially, we saw how tough it is to simply win points against Medvedev off the ground, how tough it is to actually get a ball where you can prepare that approach. But then once, of course, Medvedev was a little more tired, Zverev was actually executing that pretty well. And then it stopped because Medvedev moves into the court a little bit, starts playing more aggressively, and yeah, he's still in it. He's absolutely in it. He has every chance of winning this match. Zverev definitely looking like slightly flatter now, and he's also already played two 10-point tie breaks in this championship. So if he wins another one here, that would be quite an effort too. And again, the question would remain whether he will be alive on Sunday or not.
Yeah. I guess that at this point, as for today, at least it doesn't matter who wins this match. Right now, we are at the fifth, so not really.
Either player will just, do their media stuff and then instantly go to like rehab, massage table.
Yeah.
Basically put their legs in some
Tomorrow
chamber.
will be more or less the same.
Tomorrow is the same. Tomorrow, neither of these guys is practicing tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure.
Just yeah. The more important thing is just somehow gathering the energy again.
Yeah, even because, after 20 more than 20 hours on the court in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everyone could pull off 20 hours in 2 weeks if it was just like warm-ups, practices, even
Yeah,
amateurs,
yeah,
but
sure.
the stress that your nerves, that your muscles
Ooh.
take in a highly competitive scenario like this,
Yeah, this mistake.
it's a much different there and where. Misha Zverev clapping his hands after this shot. Maybe he already wants this match to be over too.
Probably. Probably
He's
he's
like,
telling himself that even for him, even 10-point tiebreak in the fifth set, he would have been already under the shower.
Yeah. Misha should be is just thinking, oh, I should have been working for Eurosport. Why am I sitting here? I should have been making these bracket predictions where I pick Sasha to win the title, because this time it might actually turn out true. That would show them.
15-30.
Yeah, here we go with the forehand issues. The slightly less conviction, and it already breaks down. I mean, for either of these guys, if they win here and then take the final as well, it's one of the most insane runs I've ever seen. But is that actually possible?
Oh my God! This mistake,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Zverev capitalizing on the Medvedev return position, which as usual is just 20 meters behind the court, and he just comes in to miss the put-away volley. So, well, it didn't even take that long for Zverev to get tight here. He also slaps the net a few times with his racket.
Yeah, got a warning because he...
Yeah, they have to come in and fix it. But it looks like we're good to go now.
He doesn't care that much right now. 4 hours. Okay, this was impossible to miss.
Tell that to
yeah, you're right.
Zverev, but he managed to make it. Yes, he still needs to win the next point though. And well, I have to give him one thing: that put away volley miss didn't stop him from progressing forward in this game. He still is willing to get there and puts away another one. So at least that's something that we can credit him for here. He manages to get out of a bit of a rut here.
Yeah. This is good. A good backhand, then closing the point with a volley.
And I guess he's just gonna approach on every shot now.
Yeah, basically. I think he cannot afford anymore, probably to stay far.
Interestingly, Medvedev hits this pretty insane backhand cross passing shot, which honestly, up until the last possible moment, I wasn't sure if it was gonna make it be in or not. And we're gonna have another breakpoint for Medvedev, which, as we said, since set 2, that's been the only kind of breakpoints that we've been watching.
Yeah.
Hasn't been under any massive pressure on serve really, Zverev, but he is now. Third breakpoint.
Oh, it was sure.
Yeah, and I saw that return from Medvedev, and it had no pace on it, no depth, no spin, nothing. Like literally just sits up for Zverev to attack. Maybe he should have taken it off the backhand. I don't know. Like I know it would have been pretty tricky. Like it would have had to be an inside out, but no, I guess you can't do it. I mean, you're an effing top 6 player. You know, you have to be able to finish off a ball like this, and yeah, he doesn't. And that's a break for Medvedev, which is the last few matches this Australian Open have been pretty amazing in how they just go from the best, like for example, Alcaraz Zverev went from the worst match that Alcaraz has ever played to potentially his biggest win for a while. Then of course he loses it again. Pretty much same story with Djokovic Sinner. Here Zverev has such a chance to really pick up, you know, something that he hasn't done before. Beat Medvedev at a slam. Of course they haven't played, but like he hasn't beaten Medvedev in ages seemingly. Of course it's 11-3 in their last 14 matches. And he won one last year. Back to back over such good players. Yeah. Top 10 record, of course, at the slams. It's horrible. Second Grand Slam final after many years of trying, and he's likely gonna blow it once again because his mind wasn't up to it, you know.
Yeah, let's see how Medvedev goes. But as we have mentioned, he's not facing break points since quite a long time.
Yeah, this doesn't, of course, have to be over. We might still see.
Of course.
But if Medvedev keeps serving like that and Zverev can't step up mentally, then if Medvedev makes it, indeed, that would also be his first Grand Slam final against someone not named Djokovic or Nadal.
Yeah,
which could be perceived as a major opportunity. But then again, how much will he have left? Is the big question.
Yeah, I guess the only, you know, the only way is really to think one moment at a time. Nothing more that anyone can do.
Really.
Hmm. 30-all. There's a mistake with the backhand.
Yeah, I mean,
there was at this point. At this point, I can concede some mistakes here and there, for also due to, you know, physically it's not that easy.
Yeah, it's just that one player is able to keep himself together and the other is not. And I mean, Mario, I don't want to spoil. I don't want to spoil too much for you, but
this is
it's gonna get worse.
It's
gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse. Like that 400 30-all isn't that horrible, you know, but it's just a matter of when it happens in the match. Like gotta make sure to keep it in. It might be one of your last chances to get this match to back to level, and what's coming for you is even worse.
Yeah. To answer, Medvedev is leading 6-3, the head-to-head, but it's a little bit weird because Medvedev won all the first 6 matches and Sinner has won all the last 3. So I don't know if anyone can you know, make something up by just looking at the head-to-head. I don't know. Right now, it's just more a battle, physical nerves. Yeah, the return was funny.
Which one? The 5-all one?
No,
The
this,
forfeit
this
tiebreak? No.
no, no,
Oh,
no, no,
this
no.
one.
This return he missed.
Yeah, okay, yeah, the one when she just framed. Okay,
Yeah.
that one. Looks like Zverev might be able to hold again, but well, now it's just a question of Medvedev trying to keep himself together on the service games, really.
Okay. He holds, and even if right now, of course, Medvedev's games will be even more important to follow. As for Berrettini, yes, he's basically always injured right now. He came to Australia. He had to face Tsitsipas in the first round, actually, but then he pulled out. I think more or less 24 hours before the match, because it still was suffering.
Yeah, so Medvedev came in with 16 hours, 15 minutes, Zverev with 16:52. So even if Medvedev makes it, which of course is looking like the more likely outcome at this point in time, he will still have a chance of surpassing that Alcaraz record. Although well, we'll see if it is in a title run or maybe if it is in a finalist run. But basically, either player will have a good shot at it. Zverev the better one, since at this point Zverev would need just way less than 3 hours even. So Zverev would have the better shot. Yeah, 3 points on serve have sort of stopped coming for Medvedev, I have to say. So it might still be a more gritty win than it looks right now. But yeah, not if Zverev is just missing every forehand he sees, It's just so obvious, like when you look at him, and basically like you can straight up just see the lack of conviction that he plays it with right now. Whereas the first 3 sets, the first 3, let's say 3.5 sets against Alcaraz, most of the United Cup, when he's actually hitting through it, it's really not a shot that should be giving him this much trouble. But well, for some reason he's always been shaky at it, and this if he misses this, like this was a real chance. This was his actual proper chance at the slam. Of course, the US Open 2020 being a much more obvious one.
Yeah, for sure, because it was super close also to, for sure.
Yeah, he did almost blow it as well on the way to the final there, but he managed to come back from 2 sets to down against Carreño Busta. He managed to beat Chorich in a tough match, but Zverev has basically been unsinkable over the past 3 weeks or so, and now it seems like he's met his match in that, or someone who even managed to be better than him in this regard.
And he's one game away. Let's see if he will be able to break for the match. If he will have to serve for it later. Yeah.
Yeah, this is not looking too good for Zverev here, even.
Oh, absolutely not.
Just a funny tweet about someone falling asleep with Medvedev 2 sets to love down and asking people to explain to him what happened. I think they might have a hard time. I mean, not really, actually. There's like a few key things to say, I suppose, but
Let's see what happens here. He's still 2 points away from the victory. Oh, that's in. he was so risky again.
yeah, back to 30 all, but of course that still has Medvedev 2 points away from winning the match.
Yeah.
Now they're trading backhands cross, and the first player to miss in that rally, who will that be?
A match point. And it's over. He's in the final. 6th Grand Slam final for Medvedev.
Yeah, 6, but every single time it was Djokovic or Nadal awaiting him there. Of course,
Yeah,
Nadal
I mean,
twice.
was mentioning just as a number.
Yeah. I know. I'm not this. I'm not saying you're right. You're right or wrong. I'm just saying That which is an important point, because this, well, is kinda his first big shot against someone who isn't part of the big two, if you may. But of course, at
for
the
the
same
first
time,
time, let's see that
key aspect
he
will
is
be recovery.
he will be, at least in terms of the the experience, having been there for the first time, he has this advantage. But yeah, let's see what happens, because everything must be taken into consideration, of course.
Yeah, there's not much to consider here. I mean, Sinner is the obvious favorite. Sinner is the one who should be physically superior. It's just whether Medvedev can produce some dark magic again, really. He's got no right of winning this match, but he also had no right of winning this one, and he also had no right of winning against Hurkacz in a way, even starting the fifth set. Here, obviously, a much, much stronger example. He kind of had no right beating Rusev Warrior in the second round in these super slow conditions, going to sets to love down. So, it's really about him trying to beat the odds again, trying to exceed whatever we might think of that.
Yes, absolutely. He has already won 3 times at the fifth set, twice coming back from love to down. And this is, of course, a pretty big one, of course, because we are in the later stage of the tournament. So, yeah, he will have a shot out of the last 7 Grand Slam played on hard. He will be in his 5th final in this span. So only twice he missed the occasion in the last 7.
So only Korda managed to beat him? And who?
Korda and Kyrgios.
The US Open. Okay.
Australian Open, of course, is 3 out in the last 4 years.
Yeah, Medvedev has, of course, a 1-4 Slam finals record, but as we said, it was just Djokovic or Nadal. It's very likely to have this at 1-5, in a couple of days. Like, it's very likely it will be 1-5. But I don't know. Maybe he can somehow pull this off again. I don't know how. It would really require some dark magic, voodoo from him, but maybe he can somehow do it. I mean, he really shouldn't have won this one, but
poisoning Sinner's food.
I wasn't thinking of that sort of dark magic, but sure. I think I saw a tweet that said Medvedev is the Rasputin of tennis, which is pretty funny, but somewhat true. And what else do we have to say, really? Medvedev Sinner, the matchup. We all know that Medvedev leads 6-3, but
basically one of the most seen finals on hardcourts in the past year. Even because we've had a lot of finals. We had Rotterdam, we had Miami, we had Beijing, Vienna, and now we're going also to have, of course, the biggest one, the Australian Open.
You're getting some congratulations from Nick on the group chat of Talking Tennis for calling this final pre-tournament.
I didn't change this one bracket. Thank God for this, because I used 2 platforms, the TNNS, and I used also the Tennis Draw Challenge.
Mm-hmm.
And I do both, and I changed my bracket only on Tennis Draw Challenge. And in the end, my first prediction were right.
I just wanted to say that the way Nick cares about this is beautiful. He literally says, "Few would have been brave enough." Yes, that's like. There's really like a huge risk of putting something in a bracket. I mean,
it's not that it's not like if I got, I don't know, Rusev Warrior against another.
No, I'm saying anything isn't really brave when you're doing a bracket, because you're doing a bracket. Firemen are brave, people who I don't know, have to go down into the coal mine, they are brave,
Yes.
But bracket makers, according to Nick Carter, are also brave. But anyway, that's a topic for another day. What else do we have to say? 6-3 for Medvedev in the head-to-head, but Sinner won the last 3. He seems to have gained the upper hand in the matchup, which partially at first was maybe about the improvements to the serve, the drop shot, the sort of being a factor finally. Also the net play that he can introduce now.
Play.
However, at some point, it kind of became very different because in like Vienna or the ATP finals, these improvements weren't really all that important anymore. And Sinner was also like able to play his game against Daniil, which given the physical edge should really be how he's approaching it, I suppose, with sort of the new tactics, the Medvedev specific tactics in mind, I would say. He definitely sort of should be going for them, but not as like a primary weapon, I think, given the physical edge. Sinner probably is more than fine just starting to play that match and seeing what's going to happen, seeing how much Medvedev really has left. If he plays, especially Sinner, sort of like today, right? If he just sustains his hitting, tries to go for, not to go for broke, but to stay, of course, dominant, stay on top of the points. And it should be enough.
He tried to do that at the ATP finals, in the ATP finals meeting. Medvedev, actually, in that meeting, tried really to be more aggressive after he lost the first set. Let's see what is going to happen. But yeah, probably Daniil will come more aggressive on court, trying to, avoid... Even if this was also one of his advantage point at some moment in the head-to-head against Sinner. I still feel like Sinner is the favorite, given all the, all things considered. But of course, no result will really shock me. Let's say like that. So I think that it will be an enjoyable. I think it's been quite an enjoyable matchup overall. Especially later when it wasn't just the same classic go rally till you die kind of thing.
It was more enjoyable later. I agree with that for sure. I'm more harsh on Medvedev's chances though. Like I literally will say it again. He has no right winning the final. He also had no right winning today, which kind of tells you that sometimes the unthinkable happens. And sometimes when the unthinkable happens a few times in a row, we kind of create this different magical alternate reality where this actually can happen. And we wake up, we talk to leprechauns and gnomes and ogres battle for us in whatever fantasy world. It is possible, and maybe Medvedev is going to pull it off again. I don't know. He has no right to, but maybe he will. And as Jean says, I mean, Zverev did choke so hard, not for the first time, not for the last time. And if you are sort of in that spot where Zverev is, you gotta think of this as like a wonderful opportunity, as perhaps the best one you're ever gonna get again. Maybe that also came in for him.
Sleep, but whatever. Okay, I thought something. No. He was signing the camera. I just read, out of curiosity, since I saw he was writing, but nothing incredible.
Not enough what?
Not anything incredible, I said,
I know, but not enough. What did he write? Not enough what?
Not enough sleep.
Sleep.
Whatever.
Okay. Sleep. I didn't understand that. Sorry, Ghosty. My gnomes leprechauns knowledge is pretty poor. I generally don't like fantasy. But anyway, anything left? Anything else left to add?
No, I don't think so.
I think John is basically about to die. I only see at the top of his head on the camera. And it's pretty clear to me that he's extremely tired. So I will probably just say now, thank you guys for watching. Thank you, Mario. Of course, I only tuned in for the 5th set, but Mario was there all the way. He powered through this along with John at first, then also by himself. And we'll see you guys on the next streams. I think for the final, we have a couple of ladies tomorrow for the women's singles final between Sabalenka and Zheng. And also there's going to be at some point today, probably that episode with Steve Flink, who will be previewing alongside John the Australian Open final between Medvedev and Sinner. So probably there will be a lot of discussion about what we just said there, and the physicality aspect of it will definitely come in too, even for someone like Steve, who probably will want to talk about a lot of other things as well. But yeah, it is one of the major aspects. So for now of the final preview. But anyway, once again, thank you, and see you soon.
Thank you. See you soon.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.